61034. And that's how you can let us know your thoughts. Should I run you through other stuff?
Well, I know Kofi Traffic is going to be about today.
Okay.
He's a friend of mine.
A very, very good friend of mine.
So he's going to be in the traffic looking at road safety and pedestrian crossings and traffic lights and speeding drivers.
And all. So watch out. Kofi Traffic might be coming near you. So you'd want to be on the, good behavior.
Indeed.
2020.
Because he's calling out the car numbers. Big time. Even the police. I can remember what he told me GP 5103, police car.
And he was disobeying.
He crossed the pedestrian crossing when people were there.
So it's not illegal to drive through a pedestrian crossing, but when there are people there,
you gotta stop.
You have to stop. That's what the law says. We'll be having conversations around all the topical stories. CAF will sit down with his panel to look into the big news. One of them being GBC launching its political broadcast guidelines for 2024. Yesterday we hosted significant numbers of political parties representatives here, and they balloted for slots to appear on our political programs this campaign season. If you missed your chance, the doors of the Director General are still open to you. The doors of the Director of Television of GBC are still open to you. You can approach us and we will give you a seat at the table. So CAF will be looking into some of those stories as well. One of our favorite gospel artists will be joining us in studio today with her absolutely melodious voice. Ohima Mercy, evergreen, ever eternal, ever joyful. We'll be sitting with her as well today in the kitchen.
Yes, there's food happening in the corner. It's something guy. Plantain guy.
Hey, I'm sure this plantain is wearing
plantain they do buga. It's kind of in a short while. Your messages on 055-556-1034. Sports at 7:15. England, they say it's coming home. Let's see on Sunday.
Fights in the stand.
Okay.
For Copa America, Colombia versus Uruguay. Fighting. So sports will tackle that. We'll be back with the news.
Where there's all peace and pity. Stick around.
It's time for GTV Breakfast News. Hello there. Welcome to Studio One, where we're bringing it to you live. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq. We'll look at some political stories. We'll do some education, business and trade, and take you to the foreign front, where U.S. is still promising more support for Ukraine, NATO, and also take you to South Sudan. You can watch the news live wherever you are on DSTV channel 278 and across social media at GTV Ghana. Let's begin with President Akufo-Addo, who says no president in Ghana's history can take ownership of the current free senior high school policy other than him. Reacting to former President John Mahama's claim that he introduced free education in 2015, President Akufo-Addo said the current free senior high school education policy was conceived, fashioned, and implemented by him and no one else.
Free SHS yɛde bae wabɔ ho akyi nyɛ aka bibia ɛnyɛ wɔ hɔ no na ɔka ɛyɛ nansa ɛso wahu sɛ Ghanafoɔ asɔ mu ɛkwan bi ani hɔ a wobɛtumi asesa Ghanafoɔ adwe wɔ hɔ ɔsi ɛnɛ ɔno ɛna de baa yɛ what way be that hey ampa ɔbɛyi ɔsi yɛ wɔ refie wɔ yɛ ho Ghana for na mo bɛ re sɛ ɛnɛ NDC panyin ɔsi ɔno ɛna ɔde free senior high school ɛbaa yɛ na fi ade no wabɔ yɛ akyi wɔ ho saa ɔsi 2 billion cedis wɔ a ɔno wɔ 2 billion cedis a ɛnyɛ free education na ɔde bɛyɛ a ibi papa bi wɔ ɔsi nsa ɔbaa bɛyɛ na sɛ ɛnɛ deɛ wɔhu sɛ ampa free SHS no ehia Ghana fo a ɔnka sɛ ɔfa mi bɔ ɔma mi de yɛ ɔfa mi bɔ ɔma mi na ɔka sɛ nada who give them yɛ fa no bɔ ɔma mi.
The presidential candidate of the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has described his running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, as a go-getter, results-oriented, and a knowledgeable person to support his presidential bid. At the unveiling of Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh in Kumasi, Dr. Bawumia said his running mate comes to the table with vast experience in several fields, a trump card which will augur well for the position of a vice president.
Ghana henyina semihwehwe obi a obeboamia meni beto Ashanti region na ebeto Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh aka Napo owo nimdie ni nimdie no edosu minino ananti for the last 16 years. Me were high respect for him. He's a problem solver. He's a generational thinker. Elinti minim se minino we share the same vision. Minim se obeye ma de bedi chira yebetimi aye juma and bring bold solutions for the people of Ghana. And I have every confidence in Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Our ticket is a ticket of youth, of experience, of innovation and of generational thinking. A ticket no. We are bringing it to the people of Ghana to help us move Ghana to the next generation. And ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you and I introduce to you my running mate, the vice presidential candidate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh.
From Kumasi, let's take you to the courts now. The Supreme Court has dismissed an allegation by Oliver Barker-Vormawor, former Milshin for National Security Minister Albert Kandapah, to respond to 17 questions of fact in the 10 million Ghana cedis defamation case. Now, the Chief Justice Gertrude Torkornoo, reading the decision of the panel of 5, said there was no reference to identifiable documents, whether official or unofficial, in the application by Mr. Vormawor. The panel also held that the application was unsupported and subsequently denied it. Now, meanwhile, the court refused a request by lawyers for Albert Kandapah for an award cost of 50,000 Ghana cedis from Oliver Barker-Vormawor.
An application was moved by a lawyer for Oliver Barker-Vormawor, but the panel on the case inquired from Mr. Vormawor why he invoked the exclusive justification of the SC by the application, and again why the Attorney General was not made a party to the suit, since the documents they sought have been classified as national security concerns. The court also inquired why the application did not specify particular documents sought. Dr. Shrem Sai, lawyer for Mr. Vormawor, answering the court, said the request was initially made at the High Court and wanted to sue the National Security Minister in his official capacity, but the High Court ruled that the matter bordered on the private person of the minister and therefore could not entertain the application, and directed the applicant to seek redress from the Supreme Court. On the issue of why the applicant went under Article 1353 but did not specify particular documents sought by the applicant, Dr. Sain said although the High Court ruling on the application said the action was against the private person of Mr. Dapah, has failed to respond to their request for the said documents on the claims that the documents bordered on national security, and so the questions are meant to remove the veil of national security, and in answering some related documents must be submitted to the applicant. Bright Ochri Ejekum, lawyer for Kandapa, in his response opposed the application on the grounds that the Supreme Court's jurisdiction was not properly invoked by the applicant, and also that the title of the motion filed by the applicant indicated the applicant was on fishing expedition of some purported documents they were not even aware, and that Order 23 of CI 47, the applicant used as one of his grounds for the application, must relate to admission of fact and confirmation of authenticity of official documents. Mr. Jekum therefore prayed the Supreme Court to dismiss the application. The SC, in its ruling, dismissed the application on grounds that there was no reference made for an order in relation to specific official documents. The Apex Court also held that no proper supporting provision for the Constitution invoking the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court was provided, as Article 1353, which the applicant was relied on, was erroneous.
Away from the courts, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, GBC, has launched its official broadcast guidelines for election 2024. The document is a policy on political parties' coverage for the corporation to meet the requirements of the Constitution and to serve the best interests of Guineans. It is also to offer its platform to the various political parties to defend their manifestos.
The main objective of GBC's coverage of political activities is to give the political parties and candidates fair and equitable opportunity to inform and educate the public about their programs and what they have for Ghana. This is to afford the public the opportunity to make informed decisions in terms of which political party and candidates to vote for. The ultimate goal is to help strengthen the democratic culture of the country. At the launch of GBC's political broadcast guidelines for election 2024, representatives of 13 political parties balloted for appearance on broadcast programs organized for them by the state broadcaster. The Director General of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Professor Amin Al-Hassan, gave assurance of GBC's readiness to handle the 2024 general election professionally. He emphasized that GBC will ensure that all political parties are treated fairly on all 8 political platforms.
We are here today to assure you that the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation is up to the task. We are not taking sides. We will continue to welcome and remind you that the Office of the Director General is ready to receive petitions of any observations of bias, poor coverage, anything you have against our work. Please, we are ready to respond, and if there are necessary remedies to be put in place, we will do that very well. Please, when you have your turn, don't fail to show up.
The in-house chairperson of the Political Broadcast Complaints and Monitoring Committee, Madam Akushika Akwe, gave highlights of the policy guidelines governing coverage of the 2024 election.
GBC is going to closely monitor the presenters and hosts of its programs for any leanings, biases or prejudices towards the position of political parties or candidates, and such biases can be seen through selected by invitation.
The chairman of the National Media Commission, Mr. Yalbuedu Ayeboafu, urged the political parties to desist from utterances that are inimical to the peace of the country.
What I want to appeal to every one of you, that in carrying out your responsibilities, understand that there's only one Ghana, and that you are just a political party. If you destroy the rest of us so that you...
Mr. Yalbuedu Ayeboafu appealed to the government to provide the state broadcaster with the needed resources to enable it deliver on its mandate. An immediate past board member of GBC and chairman of the Political Broadcast Complaint and Monitoring Committee, Mr. Thomas Bruni, entreated all political parties to ensure that the 2024 general election is peaceful. The launch of GBC's Political Broadcast Guidelines for Election 2024 had the theme, Ghana Wins Election 2024.
More on elections. Some eligible voters say they are ready to cast their votes for a competent leader come December 7 as a way of exercising their civil and democratic rights. They say it is only prudent to elect a leader who has the future of the people and the country at heart. These thoughts came up when GBC News sampled views of some eligible voters on the streets of Accra.
I'll vote, but it depends. The party that will work hard, because it's not easy. We have voted a lot, and we can't see any good things from it. So this time around, we are just waiting for the one who can work hard.
As a citizen, what actually certifies that you are a citizen is your identity as a person who can vote. So if you would be able to criticize a particular government, if you would be able to criticize that what the system actually is currently, or you want to say that the system is very difficult, if you're able to say that, then it means that you have already voted. If you don't vote, then you don't qualify to say that. What actually warrants you to say that the system is hard if you are not voting? So we will vote. Only that we urge our leadership to make our vote count, because it's become a challenge over the years where people are actually voting and they are not seeing results of their vote cast and all these things, and they are complaining of the hardship.
Many of them are saying they are not voting because they don't see the value of it after voting. I'm voting because I want the best for this country.
As a citizen of Ghana, it's mandatory for us to vote, and also for the best of the country. If we are not able to vote, we wouldn't be able to have any elections. If everyone says they can't vote, we are not voting, we wouldn't be able to elect a good leader for us. So it's mandatory for us to vote.
Say anya penny wo Ghana, ye nya asunji obi abe de ope. Enti ya tu penny ni ayi penny anya se dwumanti na mbetu aba, anya se sikanti. Metu ama mi ama sunjue, metu ama me nuanom omukọ school, apinfo omukọ wu asunjue. Eninti na metu aba.
Why not? Voting should be the responsibility of every citizen. In fact, we need to show patriotism. That is how we develop, and that is how we build a nation. We no longer need leaders. We need extraordinary leaders.
Let's take you to Parliament now, where the minority group in the House has cautioned the MPP administration against making hasty decisions in the future following the court's ruling on a $950 million lawsuit brought by Eni Ghana and Vitol Upstream against Ghana. Speaking to journalists in Parliament on Wednesday, July 10, 2024, the ranking member on the Mines and Energy Committee of Parliament, Mr. John Jinapor, said an NDC administration would resolve the dispute within 1 month of assuming office. The government's efforts to unite the two oil fields were subject to arbitration, with the International Arbitration Tribunal ruling against Ghana.
The earlier directive by the Minister of Energy, Mr. Peter Mewu, stands null and void. It is becoming one too many. Government took a similar decision in the GPGC case, and we lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Government took a similar decision in the Sahara case. We lost millions of dollars. Today, we are losing again through a decision taken by the Akufo-Addo government. Already, oil production has reduced from 71 million barrels annually to 48 million barrels. It means that in the course of 6 years, Ghana's oil has declined by 32%, and it continues to go on the decline. government should quickly engage ENI Vitol, engage Springfield, and find an amicable solution and an acceptable roadmap so that we can restore confidence in the sector. But if government continues to be intransigent, my message to ENI Vitol is simple, and I have this message from President Mahama himself. On assumption of office, within our first 1 month, we shall use legitimate means, consensus, diplomatic means, and resolve this matter amicably.
More from Parliament. Responding to claims by minority on alleged recruitment of security agencies, the second deputy majority whip, Mr. Habib Idrisu, said the security services were only being fair to those who had qualified in previous years but could not be enlisted. He denied that the Ministry for the Interior was the one recruiting, as the various security agencies have their own guidelines on recruitment.
The Ministry of Interior is not recruiting any 11,900 and something figures as they have put it out there. It is never true. And also the fact that there is no backlog in terms of the security recruitment. What is on notice or what is true is that the Ministry of Interior only seek for clearance for the security agencies to recruit people into the security agency. We have 275 parliamentary candidates by the New Patriotic Party. If you say 30 slots each, it means that 30 multiplied by 30 in immigration, 30 police, 30 fire service, 30 prisons. That's 120. Take your calculators, 120 multiplied by 275. That's 33,000. Even what you are talking about, that there is some 11,000 clearance that is given to them. But you are already saying that 33,000 is given to parliamentary candidates. With that mathematics, you already know that what they are saying is not true.
More from Parliament, the Executive Director of the National Service Scheme, Mr. Osei Sibenchi, has expressed his delight with the passage of the National Service Authority Bill 2024. Engaging the media after the passage of the bill by Parliament, he said the bill will help the authority to generate funds internally to complement the government's efforts toward creating employment opportunities for the youth. The object of this bill is to establish the National Service Scheme as an authority to mobilize and post qualified persons to undertake national service in areas of national priority for national development and to promote employability.
Parliament has given us an authority that is vested with powers in the areas where it is going to enhance entrepreneurship with regard to that of the National Service Scheme. With this current approval of National Service becoming an authority, the board has been empowered, meaning that administratorship, we will now draw a lot of powers from the new board that is so enlarging, emboldened with the numerous skills coming from all sectors, meaning we are now going to have rep for Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, a whole lot of them coming. And if you look at the status or those who will be coming, then it means that they will be adding up to the good work that has been started by the current board. Not only that, National Service, when it was a scheme, there were a lot of things that we couldn't do, meaning that we couldn't even establish an SPV. And all problems was loaded to the doorstep of the government. But now looking at how numerous the numbers are coming, with this current status, it means that National Service can now be able to work to achieve a lot of IGF to reduce the burden from the central government. And we know that the President will definitely assent to it to give it the finality.
And let's take you to the foreign front now in South Sudan, where peace talks that almost reached completion encountered a stumbling block, with opposition groups demanding a newly passed bill allowing the detention of people without an arrest warrant scratched out in order to sign a proposed agreement.
has been hosting high-level meetings since May between government representatives and rebel opposition groups who were not part of a 2018 agreement that ended a 5-year civil war, leaving about 400,000 people dead and millions displaced. Despite the agreement, violence often erupted in the country of 9 million. About a week ago, Parliament voted in favor of the 2015 bill, and President Salva Kiir will have to approve it within 30 days for it to become a law. Rights Watch has also called on Kiir to reject the controversial bill, saying that it will further undermine human rights and strengthen national security agencies that have a history of long-standing rights abuses. The talks, dubbed Tumaini Swahili for Hope, have resulted in a draft agreement proposing to extend the country's transitional period and postpone the coming election to allow finishing up the country's constitution and electoral laws, as well as set up constituency borders and a unified security force as proposed in the 2018 peace talks.
Prime Minister Gary Conille and the police chief of Haiti have visited the country's biggest hospital following reports that had regained control of the medical facility from armed gangs. The Haitian National Police took action to reclaim the hospital and the territory encroached by gangs following the recent deployment of a UN-backed group of Kenyan police to help reduce escalating violence. Haitian police heavily armed patrolled the vicinity of the University Hospital in Port-au-Prince on Tuesday ahead of the Prime Minister's visit. Now, the main hospital in the Haitian capital has remained closed since gangs seized control of most of the area over 5 months ago. Let's move to U.S. now and look at the NATO summit that's happening. U.S. President Joe Biden, in a forceful speech welcoming NATO leader to Washington, D.C., has pledged to provide Ukraine with 5 new strategic air defense systems to counter relentless Russian attacks. The announcement comes just 2 days after a Russian missile leveled a children's hospital in the Ukrainian capital, Kiev.
In brief but strongly delivered remarks at the opening of the summit, the president declared the military alliance more powerful than ever as it faced a pivotal moment in the war between Russia and Ukraine. The war will end with Ukraine remaining a free and independent country, Mr. Biden said on Tuesday afternoon. Russia will not prevail. Ukraine will prevail, he added. Mr. Biden said the U.S. will partner with Germany, Italy, the Netherlands and Romania to donate Patriot missile batteries and other systems to aid Ukraine amid growing civilian casualties in the conflict. The announcement comes just 2 days after a Russian missile leveled a children's hospital in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv, an attack the city's mayor said was among the worst since the beginning of the war. Some 43 people were killed by blasts across the country in Monday's attack, with over 100 more injured, officials said. In total, NATO plans to donate 5 strategic air defense systems and dozens of smaller strategic anti-air batteries over the coming year.
That's it for GTV Breakfast News. There's more news when you do log on to our website at gbcghanaonline.com. I am Altiti Saida Sadiq. My costume is by No Rush Collection. You can find everyone on social media. We'll go to the BFS kitchen in a while. We'll have Kofi Traffic on the show as well. Do stay with us. There's lots you can enjoy after this break.
From GBC Studio One, this is The Breakfast Show.
Government, which began in 2017, has shown remarkable transformation in the educational sector under the ministerial leadership of Dr.
kitchen. So people, you know how we love Thursdays. So Thursdays here in the BFS kitchen, we like to call it mini Fridays. And it's a special Thursday because we get to eat and then we get to learn to make different kinds of easy, take homes and food. And then also, we like to do the BFS kitchen on Thursdays because it sort of eases us into the Friday where we know we have hangouts, we have family and friends over, so you can make this. Today, we are going to make something called plantain gai gai. You know how Constance and Erica do it. Constance likes to do things. So we're making plantain gai gai and choco splash. Across social media, how you can connect with us is via our WhatsApp is 055-5561034. And then on our socials, we are streaming live on GTV Ghana. Also use the hashtag GTV Breakfast. Good morning, Constance. How are you? It was your birthday. I saw you on TikTok and all the cakes. Eh? You didn't bring some for us. Welcome. How are you?
I'm good.
Erica, how are you? I'm good. So let's begin. Okay. Plantain gai gai. What team be plantain gai gai?
So we came up with plantain gai gai because when you go to our local restaurants, you see people buying plantains or yam with palava sauce and garden eggs. So we decided to join everything together to become a one-pot dish. So then the plantain becomes gai gai.
So yesterday we were wondering what sort of gai gai the plantain was going to be.
Gai gai.
Okay, so what are the ingredients?
So we have our coconut oil.
Okay. Why coconut oil though?
Okay, so we choose coconut oil almost all the time because it's very nutritious. Now our Ghanaian dishes, some people feel it's not that nutritious because it's overcooked. So we try to choose the most nutritious stuff to cook so you can enjoy your Ghanaian dishes in a very nutritious way.
Okay, but then we do not really like the smell. Is there a way we can mask it? How do you mask it when you're cooking and you don't want the coconut smell?
So I mask it with my ginger and my garlic and a little of onions.
Okay.
So I mask the smell.
Okay, so the ingredients.
So we have our onions, garlic, almonty, kobe, and momoni. We have prekese here, pre-cooked garden eggs, pre-cooked kontomire, and also pre-cooked plantains, agushi, and our veggies.
Okay.
Yes. So I'll be doing the mixing here. Erica will be doing the cutting, and then we're going to mix that together.
Okay, so let's go.
So let's dive in quickly. Okay, so
Constance, while we are doing the cutting, let us know the ingredients. You come here on a weekly basis. When you go to the markets, do the prices increase?
The prices always break our neck. We are always in shock. We are always in series of shock. We're like, hey, you saw the plantains. We got a slim plantain for 5 cedis, just one.
One plantain for 5 cedis?
Slim one.
Previously, how much we used to get it for?
5 cedis, you get like 3 or 4. But now, the plantain was on diet.
Okay, how can I help?
Okay, so you help Erica with the cutting.
Okay.
Nah, I don't want to stress up. Do the stirring.
Okay, I'll do the stirring. Thanks. Okay. So we are stirring chopped garlic and onions.
Okay. To mask the scent of the coconut.
Okay, this is to mask the smell of the coconut oil.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
To allow it to boil about 5 seconds.
Okay.
And then we'll add our momoni and then kobe. Okay. It also helps with the masking too, and it gives you more like a busy vibe.
Okay. So you put in both the momoni and kobe?
Yes.
Okay.
So we can extract the juice and the taste into the oil.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Smells good already. I'm busy
People,
vibe.
I wish you could smell the
I'm
studio.
busy vibe.
So previously, how much do you used to get kobe for?
So Kobe used to be, if you want a small size for frying, you need about like 3 cedis. But now you have to buy like 6 cedis to 10 cedis to get a cute Kobe, a sexy Kobe.
Double, 3 times the price used to be sexy Kobe.
Yeah.
What does sexy Kobe look like?
It's also on diet.
Okay, so we're stirring.
So now I'll add my prekese. It also adds to the maxing.
Okay.
So by the time you are done, all the coconut flavor will be out, and what you'll be tasting is the kobe, momoni, and also the prekese.
The studio smells amazing already. Constance, what are the health benefits of prekese?
Okay, so prekese has a vast variety of nutrients because sometimes it helps with blood flow, also help with some nutrition stuff in our system.
Okay.
So it's good to take precautions. I mostly boil it myself and I drink it.
Okay.
I mostly use it with my soups too.
Okay.
And that's a sweet taste too.
Okay. So for this, did you boil it before you chopped it, or you chopped it straight up?
No, I roasted it on fire to enhance the smell to come out, and then I washed and cut it.
Okay.
Okay, now so it's golden brown.
Okay.
We are ready to go to the next step. Okay. So now we add our pre-cooked tomato sauce. It's just normal tomato stew.
Okay.
In the house.
Okay.
We did that just to save time.
Okay.
So you boil your tomatoes, add a little onion, garlic, allow it to simmer, season it lightly.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. So does this mean that if you have leftover stews, tomato stew,
yes,
you can keep it in the freezer and use it for this?
Yes. So smart cooking.
Okay. People smart. Charlie.
I can choose to faint right now. I can decide to faint right now.
It smells so good.
Okay, so you're going to add more fish. Okay. You are going 100% nutritious food, so we're going to add more fish.
Okay.
So I'm adding the salmon and emine.
Okay. Constance, as we go about, when you're putting the ingredients in, let us know how much it costs. Ideally, how much would we need? Okay. So this is salmon and emine.
Emine, yeah. So salmon costs about 15 cedis for. We are still on diet, a cute size.
People are dieting. Okay.
Cute size. So this system you will forced to diet too. Whether you like it or not, you'll be dieting.
It smells good.
Incorporating and mixing and joining and.
Ooh. Okay. People, I know you can't smell this in your homes, but it looks good. Our WhatsApp number is 055-55-61034. We are making plantain gagai. Constance and Erica and Cheval are in the kitchen.
Cheval in the kitchen. Okay, so now we will drop.
I want to sneeze. Okay. So what's this? What's happening?
So this is garden eggs, mashed garden eggs with a little granite paste in it.
Granite paste?
Yeah.
Why are you putting granite paste in?
It makes it sweet.
Garden eggs.
If you're not a garden eggs lover, granite in it makes it easy to eat. Okay. I'm not really a big fan of garden eggs, so.
Okay. So what's the amount of granite paste? 2 teaspoonfuls.
About 2 ounces. Like about 2 teaspoons will be fine.
Okay. This is proper local.
Local. Fie. Okay. So you can learn all these local dishes from Cakes Boutique and Decor. We are always mixing new ideas every day.
On TikTok, I was following you and learning how to make homemade bread.
Oh.
People follow Cakes Boutique and Decor on TikTok. They'll be teaching you how to make those yummies.
Yeah. So you're adding the palava sauce. Okay. We actually having
the contomere.
Contomere, palava. So we cooked it in hot water so that we can keep the green color. Okay. When you cook contomere in hot water, under some few minutes, you maintain the green color. When you cook it in the cold water, you end up losing a lot of your greens in it.
Okay. How about those who also chop the contomere? They wash it and chop it and put it straight into the stews. Is that advisable? Is that a good way too?
It's a good way of cooking because green vegetable it loses its nutrients easily.
Okay.
So when you cook it that way, you maintain all the nutrients in it. That is why when we cooked our contomere, we still kept our water.
Okay.
So we can use it to mix it.
Okay, so this is it?
Yes, so this is our contomere water.
So you do not lose the ingredients totally?
We still keep it here. The combination is nice.
People, it's like nude and green.
Nude and green. So about the bread, we have an online class coming soon for all our pastry dishes.
Okay. When is it happening?
Early next month.
Next month?
Yes.
August?
Yes.
Okay, so for those who are not following you on TikTok and on your socials, how do they follow you and get to do? Oh, people, I'm hungry.
So we are on Facebook.
This is breakfast on GTV Breakfast. Yes.
Oh, this is
your
so
socials, please.
So we are on Facebook, Cake Boutique and Decor. Instagram, Cake Boutique and Decor.
Cake Boutique and Decor. Instagram, TikTok. Follow Constance and Erica.
This looks nice. Okay, so now we'll add our spices.
Okay.
So our seafood spice.
Okay, seafood spice.
We had a little
What's in this?
chicken spice and seafood spice together.
Okay. What makes up seafood spice?
Okay, so these are a spice that are extracted from either chicken or fish, and then made to increase the taste of your food.
Okay. So monko, like shrimps.
Like monko. This is our local herbs. Pepper, adobo.
Okay. I can smell the pepper.
It's going so local.
People.
I can smell it too. Eric, can't you smell it? Okay, and then white pepper.
Okay.
Oh, this looks good.
Erica, how are you slicing those? Okay. So this is all going to go into
and our pink salt.
Pink salt. Constance, why are you using pink salt? We know white salt and sea salt. Where is pink salt from?
Pink salt is very nutritious for our health. The iodine is well balanced.
Okay.
So when you use it, you know you are so covered.
Where do we get pink salt?
So that I need to do a research on.
Okay. So what if you don't have pink salt? You can't use normal salt.
You can use normal salt.
Hey,
but you see, you are going on nutrition.
Constance is going high tech with us.
Yeah,
pink salt on BFS.
It's plantain guy. Everything should be guy.
Okay.
So now we're going to add the agushi. So everything I'm placing is going down here. So agushi, we spent about 7 cedis to buy agushi.
7 cedis.
Yes.
Previously,
how? 3 cedis.
3 cedis.
Yeah.
Double the price. So Constance, if you want to, how do you store agushi? I'm curious, how do you store agushi?
Fresh agushi?
Yes.
Okay, you just keep it in a dry area, open it into a pan, make sure there is no water, then keep it in a container, close it, and you are good to go.
Okay.
That's good to go.
We are making plantain gai, and so far our stew is lit. Our consomme stew is a cocktail of everything gai. There's Kobe in there, there's momoni in there, there's emani in there, there's salmon in there. There's a gushi.
This is gayampa.
Guys, tell me if your Thursday is more lit than this.
I'll reduce the stew so we can have space for our plantain.
Okay.
Just a little. Just enough to make it easy to stir. Okay. Oh, this smells good.
It smells really good. So ideally, this is for a number of how many people?
So we're looking at 4 portions.
4 portions? Hey, most people must love their food. This could be for like 6 or more.
This portion?
Okay, yeah, this, yeah.
Because now we'll drop our vegetables in it.
Hey, Constance.
Hey.
What?
So carrots.
Constance.
People,
this is how we do it on GTV BFS. Proper breakfast for you. Plantain guy.
Yeah, how would you know it's guy? You. So guy.
Should I stay?
Yes, please.
Whoa.
Right.
Not stir too hard.
So we don't allow our vegetables to be on fire for long because we don't want to lose our nutrients.
Okay.
So the moment it's a little away from fresh, we'll add our plantain to it.
Wait, you're going to put the plantain in there?
As I said, I can choose to faint right now.
Yeah, let me just faint. Hold me. Let me just faint. So this is me thinking you're going to dish it on the side.
No, it's not guy. So this is how he makes a guy. Okay, so we call it the seasoning.
Follow Constance for all your guy dishes. On Cakes Boutique and Decor, everywhere on social media. More seafood spice going in there.
It's good to learn a trade, you know. So come to Cakes Boutique and Decor and learn a new trade. Cake baking and sugar craft, interior and exterior decor, pastries and more. And be creative. We help you to be creative.
Not just pastries, people. Dishes. Mouth-watering dishes like this one is what you get on Cakes Boutique.
So this is ripe and unripe plantain. We decided to mix the two together. So if you're not a ripe fan, you can get unripe one.
So ripe is M, unripe is apim. Okay. People, chop pieces of apim and ripe plantain.
We are dropping. Just enough to stir. Okay. So you can have the flavor in the plantain.
Whoa.
Avocado. So you can see the Emman dancing on one side, the veggies also doing their own skin on the other side.
I can already taste the chopped maposhito.
I want to eat already. We allow it to simmer so we can get the flavor into the plantain.
Okay.
So we'll so that we can get everything together. So whilst we are waiting for it to simmer, we will set our table. Ready.
Oh, plantain gai. It is. Ingredients that went in so far. There's momoni in there, there's Kobe in there, there's Emani in there, there's the normal spice. You put in tomato stew, so you can put in any leftover stew you have. Constance is always keeping us on our toes here. So we are seeing her putting plantain leaves.
They are representing our food. We want to present the food. The moment you see the table, you know plantain
Orkodo.
Yeah.
Plantain gai in the making by Constance from Cakes Boutique and Decor.
These are serving dishes.
Okay.
So we got a cute bowl because everything is in one bowl. So when you pick it, on we go. Right. Are you ready?
Yes,
Are you ready?
Right. If you're not watching GTV Breakfast to learn how to make plantain gai, you're out, man.
Missing a lot. Okay, so I'll do the first version that you continue for me.
Yes,
my
please.
assistant chef. Okay. So there you go. Everything in one plate. You can serve this on a cocktail party. You just need their forks and then they'll be ready to go.
That's it. On a Friday night, if you have a couple of friends coming over, family, this would be an ideal dish. And it's quite filling, eh?
Yeah. So sometimes when you go for events, when you have buffet,
okay.
It's okay. After a little more. People fail to eat plantain before they have to wash their hands to eat and all that. But with this, you can serve it at any occasion and everybody will feel very comfortable to eat. Just need their fork or a spoon and they will dig in and ready to go. So,
bless me on national television. If this happens in the kitchen when you cook, a lot of flavors going around. Okay, this is the last one. Add a little more plantain. Thank you. Oh, national television. Bless me, God.
So much lessons today. our splash. Okay, so we have
all the
chocolate powder
goodies here.
Chocolate powder,
Okay.
bitter cocoa, cinnamon, honey,
Okay.
condensed milk, and evaporated milk, and then warm water.
Warm water.
Yes.
Okay.
So we just drop. It's a splash.
Chocolate splash. We're splashing everything. Let's splash.
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 Erica, give me something.
So that's the cocoa powder.
Bitter cocoa.
That's bitter cocoa.
Chocolate powder.
Okay. Chocolate powder.
Cinnamon. Just to add to the taste.
Cinnamon.
A little cinnamon. If you don't like cinnamon, you can take it out. It's not necessary. Okay, honey.
Okay.
Splash.
Splish, splash, splish, splash.
Because of the bitter cocoa, you can make add a little more honey.
Okay.
So
if you have a sweet tooth, more honey.
More honey. Okay. Condensed milk.
Another splash. Splish, splash.
Okay. And then evaporated milk.
Evaporated milk, okay. Can you use any other milk?
Yes, any other milk.
Okay.
And then warm water.
Okay. Why warm water?
Warm water allows you to incorporate easily.
Okay. Choco splash.
Mix everything together.
If you like a little bit of liquor, or you want to turn up the party, a notch higher, can you add some sort of Baileys for those who like alcoholic stuff? Can you put Baileys in there?
Put Baileys in it. You can also put a chocolate liquor.
Chocolate liquor. Yeah. Okay. Because when there's a party, there has to be variety.
Yeah.
Alcohol and non-alcoholic. And so yeah, you can put in. Okay, let me add a little. People, we're learning how to make plantain gai and choco splash.
So it's ready. We pour it into our glass. It's creamy.
This is how we do it on Thursday.
Yeah. Go on nutritious and yummy.
Ooh.
Let's add a little toppers.
Ooh. What's this? What's this?
So we have the piping bag in our nozzle.
Okay.
So we're going to put our whipped cream, already made whipped cream.
Okay.
You can get whipped cream from any more. Add a little food color to it. You can choose to use white or any color. I want our day to bright, so we added.
Thursdays are the best, So that's whipped cream with a little food coloring. This is yellow. Yes. So the food coloring of your choice.
Yes, of your choice.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to do a little design here. Okay, like that. Erica, please help me out. So whilst Erica is helping me out, I'll sprinkle some. Sprinkle some sprinkles. You do that. And then add a little chocolate drip in on it. Okay.
Ooh. So sprinkle.
Sprinkle.
A little more. Sprinkle. Constance, where do we get the sprinkles? Is it enough?
Also, it's enough. Okay, so you can get sprinkles from any of our shopping centers, ShopRite, Alice, anywhere.
And that's how we do it. Breakfast on breakfast.
Yes, okay. Add a little more here. Like you're cheating this one. I don't want to cheat. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle.
Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Okay, a little chocolate chalk, yeah.
A little more here. Oh,
it's a chocolate chalk, just a little. Is that your thing?
Yes,
okay.
Typical.
A little chocolate.
Drizzle, drizzle.
I mean,
drizzle, drizzle.
Chocolate can make your life
drizzle,
perfect.
drizzle.
It doesn't kill you, though.
A little more chocolate on this one.
Okay.
Drizzle, drizzle.
Ooh, there you go. So chocolate splash is ready here. We are done.
We clear our kitchen table. And viewers, there you have it. Constance and Erica working their magic. Plantain Gai Gai and Choco Splash. Can we taste?
Oh yes, of course.
So Constance, if you're making this for a group of 4, how much would you need to make this?
You need about 100 and what did you say? 105 cedis. Yes.
105 cedis. Yes. People, all you need this weekend, if you're inviting people over, having friends over, 105
cedis.
5 Ghana cedis to make Plantain Gai Gai and Choco Splash. Moment of truth. Just small one, moment of truth. So I want to get
a bit of everything.
A bit of everything.
Okay, done. It's going down well. It's going down well. It's going down well.
So it's spicy because of the pepper. You know, I told you I was seeing some paposhito chunks in there. I made sure I got one.
When you're done with the show, one bowl down.
So the vegetables are really, really crispy as well. Constance, how do we find you on social media?
So we can find Cakes Boutique and Deco on Facebook, Cakes Boutique and Deco, TikTok Cakes Boutique and Deco, and also on Instagram Cakes Boutique and Deco. And as I always say, our donation is in progress. Come to the best catering school in Ghana, where you can study cake baking and sugar crafts, interior and exterior deco, pastries, and more. You can get in touch with us on 054-896-3385. 054-896-3385. And when I say Cakes Boutique and Deco, you say? Just chew me.
So, awesome, quickly. Times are hard while I'm eating. How do you advise us on how to keep our vegetables, how to keep them longer, to avoid going to the market back and forth? Okay, some few quick tips.
Okay, so if you want to keep your vegetables in large numbers, there are 2 ways to go about it. One, you can blend it, let's say onions, tomatoes, blend it and freeze it. The second way is to clean them nicely, dry them up with tissue, and then keep them in your refrigerator, and you are good to go. I'm jealous. I'm so jealous.
So this is how we do it on the BFS. Constance, thank you for that tip. And for people, if you're looking to make a bowl, 4 bowls of Plantain Gai Gai for your friends, family, if you're having people over, and Choco Splash, all you need is 105 Ghana cedis. And how you can contact Constance across social media is by Cakes Boutique and Deco. Everywhere, people. We're going to be switching corners. We're going to have the food in studio. We're going to be switching corners where Kofi Traffic, I promised I was going to save a bowl for him. Tea is late, but then I'll save a bowl for her tomorrow. Tea as well. We're going to be switching over to him. He's somewhere around Osu. You know how we started our campaign on road safety, asking you how safe our roads is, and King Calf in his alter ego, Kofi Traffic, is out there and he's going to be doing his thing. Greetings, Kofi Traffic. Kofi Traffic.
My name is Kofi Traffic, and I'm at the very dead Osu market traffic lights. Very dead. We've spoken to a couple of people here. They say the lights have not been on for years. One person said 3 years, another said 5 years. The reason why this place is very critical is that it's a crossroads, and on all four sides, the lights are not working. There's a cluster of schools to my left heading towards Dankwa Circle in Osu. 6 schools are in that area. And you have also a pedestrian crossing in that area which is dead. Nothing is happening. Somebody's trying to cross the road right now. So I'm going to try and help people to cross the road. Okay. Wait, hold on. Slow down. Please cross. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Cross. Go. Yeah, so you can see that this place requires a pedestrian crossing. It also needs lights. Very dangerous. You see the way the gentleman just crossed the road. It's a critical place. Let me try and help this person also cross the road. So let's see. It's crazy here. Are you coming? Okay, come. Yes. So you can see that it's just chaos here because none of the lights are working. There are no pedestrian crossings. There are no pedestrian street lights for people. Crossing lights for people to just do their thing. And it's a risk. A lot of young people here going to school. Are you coming? Okay, so we need to get people to stop for him. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. So you don't see any markings on the road, so people don't really know where to cross. Ideally, there should be a pedestrian crossing here for people to use to cross the road. I really don't understand why we do not have traffic lights here. This is a very busy place. You have the Osu market heading that way. You've got, this takes you all the way to the castle. We're going down here towards Osu Cemetery, and people are just crossing anyhow. It's amazing. So we've got a lot of traffic situations to deal with in this country because it just doesn't make sense that we have people trying to cross the road, but there's no way to help them cross. Are you crossing? Okay. So we're going to get people to stop. Come. Yes.
See this thing?
Yeah.
The assemblyman.
Yes.
I was talking to him that sometimes
the markings.
They have to do the zebra crossing.
Yes.
From year 2, because some students they are passing there because that place is very risky.
Yes.
The traffic is not working.
Yeah.
So they have to do something about it to save the student.
What did the assemblyman say when you spoke to him?
When you talked to him, he didn't tell me any good thing. Because I told him that when you go to that, you see the place the car was parking. Some big gutter there. There's nothing on it. When somebody can fall inside there.
Yes.
I was informed them and I didn't see any sign.
Do you live in this area?
I live this area.
How long have you been here?
Oh, I'm here, but they born me for a year.
Wow. If I may ask, how old are you now, sir?
Oh, I'm 50.
Okay. So 50 years you've been here. How long have these lights been dead? These traffic lights?
Oh, at least like getting to 2 years or whatever it is.
Years?
It's not working. When you take car to go to all the areas, year 2, the car said the traffic lights is not working.
And the assemblyman cannot help you?
I didn't know. We go there, go talk to them. They didn't do anything about it. So you people, you have to try.
We are from GTV. We are going to stay connected.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah.
So, it's a crazy situation here. Yeah, you have to cross. Thank you. Good. Wow. It's chaos everywhere. Everybody's just crossing anyhow. You know, at all sides of the road, you have people crossing left, right, center. There's no order here. It's just pure chaos, bedlam, confusion, and just disorder. You know, it's It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Let's stop. Let people to cross. Let people cross. Stop for people to cross. Please cross. Thank you. Are you coming? Please come. Take your time. Come. Come. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. All right. Okay, so it's another child is trying to cross. Let's try and help her to cross the road. Wait. Yeah. Come. Yeah. This is the problem. Yes. Be careful, huh? Okay, yeah. So it's chaos. This place, there has to be a zebra crossing here. Definitely, there has to be. Are you coming? Are you coming? So you need to pause for him. They need to slow down for him. Come, slow down. Come, let's go. This should be a sign for zebra crossing. And even the light here shows that there has to be a zebra crossings everywhere. There are pedestrian crossings everywhere. There should be 4. Yeah.
They should try to help the people.
Yeah.
To save the people their life.
It's true. There has to be pedestrian crossings everywhere. 4 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, too. You see, this traffic light there, they have to do the zebra crossing so that when the child they are coming, they have to cross. Yeah. You see that point. You see the place the children there, they have to do the zebra crossing, cross through this place. Are you seeing it? Yes. You see the pillars. Yeah, the pillars. They will do the zebra crossing so that they walk on the pavement. You see the pavement? No, they have to walk through that. So they didn't do anything.
We will work on it for you, sir. Thank you very much. We're going to help them cross. So please come. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Easy. Okay. Wow. So it looks calm, but there's a lot of confusion in this area. It's and the cars. Yes. So there are no traffic lights. So people are basically waiting for you to decide what to do before they cross. It's just urban roads. We are calling you out again. Department of Urban Roads. You are supposed to fix these traffic lights. Ghana Police. We have 6 schools in this cluster, and they need your protection. You need to send your people here. National Road Safety Authority. It's a problem now. So let me go help these guys. So please cross. Thank you. Lots of children going to school and they need to help cross. Yes, thank you. How are you? All right. Madam, wait, be careful. Be careful. No, I want to help you cross. Come, I want to help you cross. All right, hold on. Okay, cross. Good morning, how are you? Are you crossing? Okay, he's not crossing. So you even see the schoolboy walking on the road, and that should not be the case. The education must not permit people to be walking on the road. And there's enough pavement space, but people are walking on the road, and it's pretty. And they're going to cross at the other side. So a lot of people, children jaywalking, you can see they are crossing where they see a gap in the traffic, they cross. But it is dangerous. If we had pedestrian crossings, 4 of them at this intersection, crossroads, there would not be a problem. So people are basically looking for gaps in the traffic, and then they cross. This, in case you joined us, is the intersection at the Osu market area. So this way takes you to Osu market. We have very dead traffic lights, and we have some children who are going to cross. We want to help them cross the road. Okay. All right, come. You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right. So the children have crossed, and another set of people crossing. Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad that the people who are paid to fix these things. This is Oxford Street. Don't even get me started on why we are called Oxford Street in the middle of Ghana. But yeah, Oxford Street, local road, and the lights are not working. The pedestrian crossings are faded, and okay. Another set of children trying to cross. Let's try to help them. Okay, come this way. Cross. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's chaotic here, man. And there's a huge truck here passing by. Goyle. I'm just overwhelmed that People are not speeding, which is great, but it's not safe because there's no way the children will be able to cross at the right time. Stop down, cross, cross, cross. If we had the zebra crossing, this would not be happening. This would not be happening. All right. Yeah. There's a gentleman, if you point towards this direction, there's a gentleman there who is helping the children to cross all the way down. He's doing a good job, but the pedestrian crossings are not working. The markings are faded. The street lights have been dead for years. People cross anyhow, anywhere, and it just shows you a lack of just understanding of road safety rules from pedestrians. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Wow. Yeah, pedestrians, from road users, it's just pure chaos. Pure chaos here. Urban roads, you need to fix these lights. For years, they say these lights are not working. The people from Osu do not deserve to have dead traffic lights. Traffic lights have not been working for years now, and it's about time that they were fixed. It's seriously about time that they were fixed, because it's a busy time. You know, around this time, the children, there are 6 schools in this area, and everybody's trying to get to school to get an education. Let me help this boy out. Okay. Okay, wait. All right. Okay, come. 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 Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah. Everywhere you go, chaos everywhere, man. Chaos everywhere. It's not funny. Old man just crossing. Yeah. And there's so many children heading out to school there, and they've all had to cross. Let's see if we can help this lady cross the road. Madam, come this way. Come, then we'll cross. Yes. Okay. Come. Okay. All right, cross. Thank you. Madam, cross. Yeah. Oh, wow. It's crazy. Yeah, cross. 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 Thank you. Okay. So, yes, everybody's crossing everywhere. It's an all-play-all kind of situation here, which doesn't speak well for a country that's supposed to be organized and, you know, progressive. Never mind all the big talk. If we can't fix traffic lights, we have a problem. Are you crossing? Come and cross here. Okay. All right, cross. Cross. Okay. Yeah. You can have all the highfalutin promises and plans and, you know, programs, but if you can't even fix traffic lights, we have a problem. Let's see if you can help Madam to cross. All right, let's go. Please cross. Thank you. Cross. Cross. Thank you. Yeah. Light's not working, so we have to do this job. Boss. Everybody's crossing everywhere, man. Can you blame them? Yes, another one here trying to cross. Let's go. Let's go. Stop. Slow down. Cross. Thank you. Nice day. Yeah. Yeah, it's something else. Something else. Urban roads, we are calling you out. The traffic lights are dead. Road safety, your education needs to go up. You know, it's not working. Ghana Police, MTTD, you need to sort things out. Okay, let's go. Come. Washagata. Are you coming? Are you coming? Okay. Yeah. So watch out. If you want us to come to your community, put your community in the comments on Facebook or on YouTube, and we will come over and throw a light on the situation. You know, the media, our job is to shine a light where there's darkness and then hold the authorities to strict account so that they fix it. That's what we want to happen. We want the situation to be fixed. Adults also need help. Oh. Adults also need help. All right. Yes, sir. Nice day. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Osu, the children are coming to cross. So we're going to help them. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Cross. All right. Cross. 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 Thank you. Nice day. Okay. Ade, how be you? Salute. Yeah. Yeah, we need to help the people, you know. See this old man crossing the road at a non-designated place. Can you really blame him? There are no markings, so people are basically choosing where they will cross. Where they think it's safe, then they cross, which is not right. So many young people, the future of Ghana, in danger at intersections. Wait. Okay, come. Bye-bye. Yeah. See their eyes shining with brightness and excitement of going to school. Hold on. Okay, cross. Okay. Wow. Yeah, everywhere. It's just chaos. Another man is trying to cross here. Let's see if we can help him. Yeah. So they're basically waiting for the gaps in the traffic and then they cross. That's how it works. Yeah. Boss, come. Yes. Okay. Good morning. Yeah. 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 So, taxi driver, you don't park here. It's a crossing. I'm going to call his number out. Yes. We'll see your number. We'll call you out. Thank you very much. GE 5521-15. GE 5521-15. Taxi driver parking at the wrong place. Yes. We call you out on GTV. Yeah. Yeah. No matter how fast you drive, we'll find you. GE 5521-15. Figo 1. Parking at the wrong place. Let's help them to cross the road here. All right. We got to get... Hold on. Cross. Please come. Let's go. Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. We're going to help them to cross the road. Let's go. Hey, talking on the road while crossing is dangerous, oh, madam. Who is that? You're jolly? Hey, Charlie, you're crossing the road and on the phone. It's dangerous. Yes. Let's go. Thank you. Good morning. All right. Let's go. Boss, let's go. Thank you. Please do not put the phone to your ear and cross the road like that, man. It's dangerous. You're on the phone speaking to your loved one and then you're like this. No, and then before you know, you are in a different place. Please put the phone down, okay? Put the phone down. You don't cross the road with the phone to your ear. How important is that conversation? Please don't do it. Yeah, it's just random crossings. I think that's our... Oh, yes, yeah, Figo 1, GE 5521-15. Yeah, parking at a zebra crossing or a pedestrian crossing. Okay, so come this way and cross. Oh, slow down. Come. Bye-bye. Okay. All right, Kofi traffic in and about. Hello. Thank you. Let's stop for her. You're welcome. All right. Wow. Bicycles crossing anywhere, human beings crossing anywhere, cars doing their own thing. Nobody's speeding because it's a very built up area, but the fact that we don't have traffic lights is the problem. Lack of traffic lights is a problem. Wait. Okay, come. Bye-bye. Children go to school. All right. Madam, are you crossing? Okay. All right. Okay. All right, cross. Thank you. Yes, sir. GTV. Yeah. Tobiga. Mali. Yeah, so we did top. The traffic no good. We did top. More kids crossing. Let's see if we can help them to cross the road. Right here are those two traffic lights. Hold on. Yes. Hold on. Yeah, go. Cross. Come. Yes. Thank you. My brother, how are you? Fine. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's the situation. I mean, if I were to be working here full time, I think I'll I'll be here for like 25 hours out of a day, you know. It's just busy work here. Are you crossing? Crossing? Okay. Let's see. Let's see.
Live from GBC Studio One. This is live from GBC Studio One. This is the Breakfast Show.
On GTV Breakfast and GTV Sports Plus. And in our first story, we're looking at Kumasi Asante Kotoko and how they are unveiling that new place. So Kumasi Asante Kotoko has unveiled new signing Emmanuel Entry from relegated Accra Grade Olympics. The midfielder has spent down a 3-year deal with the Porcupine Warriors.
But I had a discussion with management and we all agreed to join Asante Kotoko. So basically that's it.
Is it because of the history or is it because of the manager in question?
Because growing up at my young age, it's been a team that I've been really following, so yeah.
A lot of people in Kumasi have heard the name Emmanuel Entry, but they don't know who Emmanuel Entry is and on the field of play. So describing yourself, what position do you operate from and what sort of a player are you?
So first of all, I'm a shy type and I'm afraid of play. I love to, be free, I can play as number 10, I can play as number 8 or so. That's where, I used to explore more. So yeah, that's my favorite position.
What's your biggest or your strongest asset as a footballer? Each footballer has its skill sets, their dominance, and then
I'm good at the long range and the free kick as well. Yeah.
We've had creative players like stuff. I'd like to take a bit of his skill or something.
Which one I'm taking in terms of passing? Yeah, that guy is very good.
And won the FA Cup final against Bofo Kwatano, gaining them the right to represent Ghana in the CAF Confederations Cup, while FC Samatex won the Ghana Premier League for the very first time in the club's history and also gained an automatic slot to the preliminary round of the CAF Champions League. And Isuatre Monday have signed new coach Yao Preko, and he's been tasked by the owners to lead the club to the group stage of the CAF Confederations Cup. The former Ghanaian international was named coach of the FA Cup winners on Monday following the departure of Maxwell Kunedu to South Africa to begin work with the Black Leopards.
Up a man of the match performance all evening, and how do you get beaten by that? Emmanuel Kobe.
In some other stories on the Olympics, we're looking at Edwin Gadayi, and his name has been dropped from Ghana's contingent to represent us at the Paris Olympic Games. And according to sources, it's due to some new rules from the IOC with regards to the number of athletes who can be accommodated at the Athletes Village. And on the foreign front, England are through to the finals of the
passionate England is about with football, and then, you know, with the kind of feeling that came in the whole of England yesterday, I think all the negativities has gone down. Everybody is jeering behind Southgate now. And then he's got it up to himself to put his name down as one of the greatest managers in England's football history. So the feeling is very positive now towards the final.
But I mean, apart from today's game or yesterday's game and the general feeling of it, when the tournament really started, it looked as if Southgate was finding it very difficult to get his tactics right, especially with the kind of end players he had for this tournament. Did it come as a surprise when the realized that Southgate's contract would be extended with the Three Lions?
All right, thank you. I think one thing that people don't know and haven't taken into consideration is that, you know, Gareth Southgate has always been a slow starter in tournaments. Even when he was with the under-21s, you know, he's a very slow starter into tournaments. And then with my personal analysis being made, I think he came to this Euros with a strategy, because you know he had a very good team on and off the bench. His team was so solid. So I think he relied on his substitution, which, I mean, made so many positive impacts. So, you know, like I said, England are very passionate about football. They are always looking for results. So apart from the, you know, the negativities and, you know, the slow starting to tournaments and all of that, they are now positive now. Everybody, I mean, is happy if Southgate is getting an extension because of getting them into the final. And then, you know, it's their first final on a foreign soil. And then looking at how they got to the final with the last-minute goals and all of that, we think Spain have got a very compact team, but we think something is written in the skies for England.
Last 2 years, during the Euros, we saw how certain players were really bashed after England failed to win the Euros. Now you're saying that a lot of people are supporting the team, they are happy in case they don't win the finals. These same people, do you see them going back on their words and abusing the players, whether it's online or... Hello?
Yeah, all right. So I don't see this happening now because, you know, with regards to what happened to, you know, Saka, Rashford and Sancho and all of that, we saw how, you know, people went against that, and then, you know, it went all over the world, and, you know, and then even at this tournament, we saw how Saka, as young as he is, I mean, gathered the inspiration of going to take another penalty. And then, you know, there was an Instagram post from Sancho that said, Saka, you did this for your brothers, Marcus and I. So, you know, it's like I said, the feeling has been really positive from getting to this point. So just getting to the final on a foreign soil, I think in any case, if England doesn't win this Euros, Southgate has paid his dues. He still goes down as one of the best managers in England's history.
Well, finally, England will be playing against Spain. For someone like Gloria Pepper, she's torn between supporting England or Spain because there's a Ghanaian in the England team, there's a Ghanaian in the Spanish team. For you, as you are in the UK right now, I'm sure, what team will you be supporting? And who do you think will be winning the Euros?
Oh, my God. I'm the biggest Kobbie Mainoo fan. I mean, you have no idea. Full English on the finals. I mean, we are hoping it comes home this time. You know, we've had this song so long ago. It's coming home. It never comes home. So, as technical and as sharp and pressing as the Spanish team is, we know, I mean, having Kobbie Mainoo in there, he's going to disable the midfield. And then we know Spain's strategy. Once the midfield is disabled, they lose their power in operating. So, I mean, this game really relies on Mainoo. As young as he is, he showed how resilient he is. He showed how composed he is and all of that. No pressure. And then just like he did against Wadri in the FA Cup final, we know he's going to do it again. So full England is coming home this time.
Okay, Samara, thank you so much for talking to us. We hope for your sake and for Gloria's sake.
All right, thank you. Greetings to everyone.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking with us. This has been the Breakfast Sports on GTV and GTV Sports Plus. My name is Akosia AJ. There's more sports on Studio 5, especially whatever happened, whatever went down in the Copa America between Colombia and Uruguay. We'll be talking about that much later. My name is Akosia AJ. Thanks for watching.
Like I'm on in my room. I want to come see you right now. Twinkle, twinkle, my beauty star. I want that where you are. What's that? What's that? Chippy, I remember. I'm a try, I feel my breath. Me why the she oja. Yeah, oja. Me nya so oja. Yeah, oja. Bobby now was sharing I don't know. I better way when so. Let him out. Check my printing. Man, I'm fine so. Hey, out there. You listen to me. Man, I'm fine so. Alright. Out there. My time is so. Live 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 out there. Yeah. Bet you know what time it is. Bet you know what time it is. It's a classic production from GBC. That's right. Hey, Virtual Sounds. Virtual Sounds. What's up? Hey, that's what. Okay, everybody say it. So, okay.
So that was our open jam session at Virtual Sounds. It was off the hook.
And
that's the Chinchin band.
The sound that just went.
My time yacho.
Send your Okunubeyo Iribia, so Trimamia. Send your Iribeyo Kunubia, say Bemamia. Min titil, min nada. Debra Hima.
Papa, what's up for today? You're in the spirit. Greetings, people. Welcome to Headlines. The papers. Okay.
The Daily Graphic opens with Parliament passes National Service Authority Bill.
Armed forces record 1,300 mental disorders yearly.
Val, this story hit me because the one most aggressive denominator in the whole of that is alcohol.
PTSD as well.
Well, yeah, but illegal SIM card business booms. Vendors, fraudsters, main culprits.
Okay, Wisconsin University College unveils cybersecurity AI lab.
Great.
And that's the Daily Graphic. The Daily Guide leads with Baumia Napo hit road running. There's a picture of the two of them smiling.
You've made Tema safe, Mankralo to IGP.
Free SHS, give me my stone, Nana, President Akufo-Addo.
Wonderful. Tetracore Energy to launch Ghana's first CNG mother station.
Minority security recruitment claims false. Majority is saying this. The story is on page 6, and that's the Daily Guide.
The Daily Dispatch. The Daily Dispatch opens with Santehine's 7 points of wisdom when Opoku Prempeh was presented to him as Bawumia's running mate.
Still on elections 2024, police on alert for troublemakers. The IGP, there's a picture of him smiling.
NPA donates to Atomic Energy Commission.
Right. Disassociate Menchia Palace from NPP and politics. NDC guru to Asantehene. And that's the Daily Dispatch.
Sure. The Chronicle opens with government completes 75% of 200 state housing homes at Amrahia.
Right. Enai and Vitol fire blanks in court, failed to squeeze $915 million from government at the International Court of Arbitration.
That would have been big, oh. $915 million would have been huge.
Finished.
Right. Next paper.
Okay, the new finder. 30.7 billion Ghana cedis revenue lost in 7 years to import tax exemptions and tax waivers granted to companies.
Sad story here. Pressure mounts on police to speed up probe into death of KNUST graduate.
Yesterday there was a hashtag on X, Justice for Lawyers.
Started about 3 days ago by her brother.
Yeah, so. And Access Bank's Waste is Useful campaign to impact over 150,000 school children. Government pilot housing incentives for developers with SHC and inflation for June drops to 22.8%. And next paper.
The New Crusading Guide with the Crusaders photo in front or on the front page. The Crusader in front of the New Crusading Guide. Supreme Court dismisses Baka Vomawo's application against Can Dapa.
Right. Paramount Chief of APA Discov praises Napo, say successful implementation of free SHS qualifies him to be Bawumia's running mate.
And former NDC Amasama MP dragged to court for allegedly defrauding Fiti-We.
Well, and Telecel launches more money promo with 100 million Ghana cedis, and that's the New Crusading Guide.
Wonderful.
The Daily Post.
Daily Post.
What's on the top, Alan? Could you read that?
What fools they are. Oh, that's a quote from Asajifu Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. What fools they are. How ignorant for them to think that you, Ghanaians, believe these stupid lies. Open your eyes and look around you. See for yourself. See the splendid New Tema Harbour. See the mighty Volta Dam. See the fine roads or line roads we have built under the leadership of the Convention People's Party and its government. Okay, so, right, thank you very much. And this is who and who?
So we're throwing it way back into time. Who do you see on your screens and behind us? Let us know. Our WhatsApp is active, 055-556-1034. We are throwing it way back into time. Guess what?
I sent this picture to a friend, and then I asked, what do you see? Said, I see mother and father of Gen Zs. Guess indeed it is. No, indeed it is. Look, if you were born in anywhere from 1990, these known to you very little.
So this is retro, and then retro is back. So yeah, fashion never dies.
It doesn't. Papa J
and those shoes, man, shiny boots.
Mama Ajimai Rollins.
Yeah, and so yeah. Yeah, throwing it back to this, who remembers the little black cat? Mr. Kuma has 2 children. The children are Mensa and Dede. Mensa is a boy and Dede is a girl. The boy is 9 years old, the girl is 7 years old. Unit 1, the little black cat. Do you remember this?
It's rather giving me goosebumps.
Yes, taking us back into time.
Do you know the number of times I had a cane over my head for failing to read this properly?
Man, these were the days.
Those of you who are reminding me of my father.
Yeah.
In fact, this morning, producer, after the show, me and you have something to talk about. Yeah. My father will actually whip me for not reading this correctly or properly, not observing the full stops, not observing Charlie.
Those were the days. Those were the days. Okay. People, this is a throwback edition of the newspaper headlines. We're handing over to T. T is already sat in. The Sheikh and the Rev are sat to people. We'll see you on the next side.
Wearing such a broad smile.
Charlie.
Meaning.
People, Kaf, Alan, we have to do this. We have to do this for our fans. Hasta la vista, baby.
Thanks for staying on. This is still Breakfast live on GTV. Thanks to our very, very special partners, Awake Purified Drinking Water, makers of Awake Water. Drink Awake. A percentage of what you spend will be sent to the National Cardiothoracic Center for help for the patients there. And National Cardio, our good friends, good morning to you. Thanks also to Medimoses for the support. Also Virtual Sounds, where we jammed all the way into this new month last Friday. Virtual Sounds Lab at Asylum Down in Accra. Thank you also for being a part of our journey. Follow us across social media, GTV Ghana, everywhere. My guest for this segment, Sheikh Arim Yao Shaibu, spokesperson for the National Chief Imam, and Reverend Dr. Lawrence Sete, President and Founder, Worldwide Miracle Outreach. Sheikh, Rev, Shalom.
Shalom and salam.
Welcome.
And good morning.
Good morning to you. So as we always do, we'll start off with what you've been thinking about since last night. I know yesterday both of you were here for GBC's launch of the election guidelines, the broadcast guidelines for political parties. I wonder what other things are occupying your thought processes these days. Sheikh, I'll start with you.
My big brother.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I think something about life. I love to reflect a lot, even about either what happens to me in a certain moment and how my response has been, or what happens to another person and how people are around. And one of the things that I want to use probably to guide all of us is, and to put a question, assuming there was no mirror in the world, Reverend, assuming there was no mirror in front of which we can stand and to see what is wrong with us, I put the question out there, how would we know our shortcomings? If I were in the classroom and all the people I would have, the teacher that I am, I would have thrown it and expect
some responses.
Some responses. I'm sure those who are listening this morning might also sit and then maybe answering me, but in a way that I will not be able to get it here. How would I know if I put on my garment so neat, but there's some taint in it, and there's no mirror in the world? How would I know that there's something wrong about me? It is when people around me see it and they speak about it. They draw my attention to it. And so, when we hear certain things being said about people, if those things are genuine, they come from good heart in order to correct, we humbly must listen to them. We humbly must listen to them and make the necessary. They may be wrong, they may be right, but it's also an opportunity for us to reflect on our own selves. And secondly, what we say about others also, assuming we are also put on that same scale, how perfect are we? And these are matters for me sometimes very humbling. You know, that from time to time we can be guiding our speech, what we say about people, and we ourselves also how we carry ourselves. And it's one of the things that has occupied my mind. And I'm saying so, I want to be clear, but in the context of what is happening around us is the reason why. So, a point of reflection for all of us.
Interesting points you've raised. I know that there's something that we have to lift. The veil must be lifted on this particular reflection that Sheikh has shared with us. But those are his thoughts. If there was no mirror in the world, how would you know what you look like? Other people will have to tell you. So when someone says something about you, you have to do that. They're quite deep. Rev, your thoughts today?
I think that's taking cue from whoever Big Brother went. Seriously, we seem to point hands at people and forget that there's a saying that when you point the finger, the rest point at you. Truly speaking, a lot of things we criticize people for are things we do ourselves. And the Bible says, a man thinketh, so is he. So many people are looking for potholes, especially in even politics these days. We're all looking for fault for our opponents. We lose sight of the real McCoy and what we need to do. And the sensitivity of, I've been following the trending of Napo, who is the current running mate for MPP. The admonition that King Osei II gave him, and the seemingly slip he had in mentioning Kwame Nkrumah. Truly speaking, for me, Kwame Nkrumah is an idol. If there was any reason why I was excited about LSE, Kwame Nkrumah was one of them. He went to LSE before going to SOAS. And I take the pride that the school Kwame Nkrumah also went to. The other thing too about Kwame Nkrumah that I was very excited about, I must say, is the fact that he was a clergy before he became a politician. The only meaningful, credible certificate Kwame Nkrumah had was at the Pennsylvania Bible School, where he studied as a theologist. And the fact that he, being a Christian clergy, he was an academics, he was a preacher, he was very outspoken, he was very eloquent. I get excited about those things. And the fact that in the world, you hardly go to any country and they know you are a Ghanaian, and any meaningful academic or well-informed person will not make reference to him. And I'm not holding brief for Napo, but I believe sometimes in the midst of the euphoria, things can slip. You see, this time Sheikh speaks again. I felt very sad.
You think he misspoke?
Yes, sometimes.
Because he's come out, I've seen reports of him saying he's been misunderstood and that he only spoke the truth.
So what I'm saying is, I will highly recommend that sometimes when the crowd is that big, write a script and read the script. I think that was one of the most powerful days for him. Even if he never becomes the vice president, that occasion was like somebody who has been nominated for an Oscar. You're one of the shortlisted ones. That was an honor. I felt like seeing even Otumfuo himself speaking about him that day was a very big thing for him.
You think he dropped the ball? He lost the shine of what the day could have been to him, is what I'm hearing you say.
That's what I'm saying, that the conversation, the discourse after, the aftermath, has taken the shine from what it really was. I believe that was the best thing for him. And I also think that moving forward, it's a lesson to all of us. Like Sheikh rightly said, I have gaffed before. I believe Sheikh is the only one who has never before. Have you before? And I believe Tema too, you have gaffed before. We've all said things and you see it back, and maybe you didn't even mean it. But what it is and what has come out, at every given stage, we all want to look for punch holes, and he gave the punch holes. I really, truly wanted to use today to congratulate him. Because I thought, I said, young man, it's a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal. He was born in 1968. I mean, he's a young man. He's our younger brother's age. In fact, if Napo was in my house, it would have been the third or fourth after me. You know, because my younger brother Prince is obviously older than him. So I would have been very excited for that. But let's learn from it.
Okay.
I remember many years ago, I had a chance to speak at the mission to London. And in the midst of it, I got so excited I addressed all the leaders there without their titles. Benny Hinn, Morris Oral Roberts, Yonggi Cho. I could not have called them that in their face. But my excitement made me rather say that on TV. And it was a live program on God Channel, Christian Channel, Revelation Channel, Faith Channel, Inspiration Channel, and all the Sky channels. And when I watched myself later on, I realized that, I could have. Then my wife Barbara said, Nene, from now on, anytime you're in a public domain like this, write a script and read it. Then you realize that everything, in fact, even if he had just said, God bless you, thank you, like God, I heard him say,
would it have been better if he had written a script like you're saying and then stuck to it, or admit, even after going extempo and making certain comments, hearing the backlash, looking in the mirror through the eyes of what other people see us or tell us we look like, would it have been better if he had just said, you know what, it was in the heat of the moment, the crowd was excited, I was on home soil, it was, you know, Asante Kotoko versus whoever we were winning.
There's one point we shouldn't lose sight of. We're in a very heavy political era. And every point you say will be psychoanalyzed. Every point you make will be psychoanalyzed.
Would the vice presidential candidate lose any respect if he comes out to say, or if he had said, I did not speak well, I did not mean it that way, but now he's in Western North region with a visit to achieve, and he's insisting that he stands by what he said, and that our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, does not compare to Nana Addo. I'm paraphrasing here, those were not his exact words. But would it have been better for him to just say, you know what, yes, it was a campaign, whatever it was, we've had some great leaders. Would it have been better if he just issued an apology, Sheikh? What do you think?
Don't forget that, okay, maybe Sheikh is going to say something.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was avoidable. But like we all said, it is the Beshi. We all...
The guys understand the Beshi more than
No, you should be explaining the Beshi to us. Beshi and Gaviyemoni.
Reverend, I'll leave the explanation because you are my daddy, so you can explain it better. I understand it, but I don't quite know how to put it in.
Going back into the memory, when Sir John, did what was considered as maybe contempt of the court.
So perhaps he could have alluded to Beshi and said, you know what, it was.
Yeah, and so when is it Justice or Lawyer Tukwe?
Yeah,
who came to speak on his behalf to, redeem him, from that situation. And at one point, he was asked about what comes over you people when you say
you mount some platforms.
Then Lawyer Tukwe quickly said, "My lord, Beshi."
Beshi, yes.
So the word is Beshi.
Oh, Beshi.
Beshi is hard luck. Beshi is an omen, a hard luck, a nemesis.
Like a possession.
A possession, Beshi. That's when they say Beshi, people who have
it's like something comes over you.
So it comes over you, yes. And it makes you.
In Hausa we call it Bori. Bori. Those who understand, yeah, and it does affect all of us. I will not count myself out. I speak to crowd also, and Reverend does it even more better. And there are times, two things: either the crowd will frighten you. If you don't take care, you lose the steam, and your thoughts, your coherence has been affected, or you get overexcited. or the tendency for you is to over-impress. Either to want to impress or to over-impress. And when you are a public speaker, you must be very, very careful. So when I speak in public, I do not want, it's not part of my mind to impress, let alone over-impressing. I want to be myself and speak the way I do. But human as I am, it does happen.
The euphoria has a way of getting grip of you.
Especially when you are giving the cheers. Kasa! We are Bema! We are Bema! Kwanu ho fe? We are Kasa dodo. You see, I see you are receiving the accolades. And then the thing is building. Now, Tino, na ayekiti. And then before you realize, pop, it's gone. And words are like arrows. Once it goes that way, they don't come back. And they follow you. If it's good, you will receive the praises. If it's bad, it then follows you. So you need to be very calculative. And I think that's that little thing that happened, especially from the way that it was put. It is not strange for any person from the UP side to say anything about the CPP. It's not strange. Because, I mean, political ideologies, I mean, and we know the way we are. It's like today, you find it strange if somebody from NDC says something about the MPP, but they don't agree. You know, and vice versa. So I will not find it strange. But the way you will put it suggests so many things. And then the biggest slip over there was when he said, your. That is the biggest slip.
Your Kwame Nkrumah. More Kwame Nkrumah.
You see, because this is a very huge personality. If I'm going beyond the borders of Ghana.
Yeah, man of the millennium.
The millennium. You know, and whose achievement we've all hailed as a nation, recognized what he has done. His history is recorded. And there are people who are so passionate about him, not necessarily even within CPP, but those who follow the history and they have a very good and nostalgic memory of the past and where Ghana has come from, where we are today. You know, when you make certain things like this, you trigger certain responses from them. And so and humbly speaking, because I know I'm also not perfect, I sympathize. Yeah, I do. Me, for people like this, I sympathize. I will not take it as my this thing. How perfect am I?
Sheikh, I agree with you. No. You know, I watched Napo.
Yes.
I've known Napo personally. There are some people that, for some of us, they've shown us that respect. I mean, I go to preach in his church in Maker's house. And sometimes Napo will take up my Bible for me, will hold my hands. Certain things before that, he give me fans, he'll stop in his car, get out, make sure open the car. Certain things Napo will do it personally.
So
he's shown me a lot of respect.
He's an affable person.
Yes, oh yes.
For those of you who have met him personally.
Yes,
But now the narrative is, for some, he's arrogant, and his demeanor on the platform reiterated or re-emphasized the point that he's not a humble person, which is what some of the narratives are saying. You've met him personally.
Well, politics will make you know what killed your great-grandfather. That's why I don't envy them at all. I'm being honest with you, Thelma and Sheikh. I don't envy any politician at all. The many times people have said, oh, don't you want to go into politics? I say, oh, no, I'm very happy where I am. I'm very, very happy where I am.
Even there, cry.
I'm happy where I am. Because the thing is that once you get into politics, people will find, look at what is happening now with all the things that happened. That one word he said has taken everything off. And that is why we have to be very mindful. The moment you become a public figure, and it comes to all of us, like Sheikh said, sometimes the crowd, the euphoria, the cheering, the things, and the same people who say, hail him, hail him, hail him. The same people who say, crucify him. So we have to learn from it. A lot of us who are giving commentary on him now should also make sure, say, obey a budget share. No, so I go there. But I'm going to change Why you no more know it? Because this thing about about techino.
Yeah.
So as much as we are politically making statements on what he has made, we should all wake up. I will say President John Mahama, wake up. President Bawumia, wake up. Honorable Alain Chemantin, wake up. Give me some of the name. Brother Chida, wake up.
Yeah.
Who else?
Hassan Ayarika.
Hassan Ayarika, wake up. My own brother and friend, Chebusum, wake up. My brother Joy, he even called me yesterday in the morning. And he said they were holding a meeting for all the independent parties. He wanted me to moderate it, as if I could moderate it. Unfortunately, I will not be in town around that time. As much as I don't have a problem in moderating, I will not be in town around that time. But let us all wake up and remember that we have a common responsibility and we shouldn't take for granted. The people are listening. This thing that has happened should be a caution to every politician that everybody is listening. Maybe God used Brother Napo for us all to wake up, that anything we say, even those of us on the set now, whatever we say, people are analyzing it. So we don't just throw us about. And as much as we have all our sentiment against it, we shouldn't be too hard on it. We all make mistakes anyway.
So we all
but Brother Napo, that let me conclude on this one though. That me, Kwame Nkrumah is my mentor. It's my mentor. It's my mentor big time.
I mean, since the issue started, people have gone into, on social media, a lot of people are writing comments talking about some of the things that Kwame Nkrumah was able to do in his under his tenure, and what he left behind, the legacies that he left. People are mentioning.
Let me even help you. Let me help you. Don't go there. Let me help you here.
And considering that
where we are seated here now, is Kwame Nkrumah.
Yep.
Akoso Kwame Nkrumah. The Tamamoto.
The KNUST that Dr. Napo went to is named after
University of Ghana.
No, I mean it's
a tall list. What are your thoughts on these matters? We want you to send them to us 055.
But let's forgive our brother.
61034.
Don't be too hard on him.
Our WhatsApp number 055 556134. Let us know what you think. The Reverend and the Sheikh say, peace, perfect peace. Yes. Let's forgive, learn the lessons, and move on. And let's be mindful of the thoughts that we share, especially when we mount prominent platforms. So those are their thoughts, quite extended thoughts there.
Please let me add this before you continue. I know you are the host, but let me add this before you continue. Many years ago, a similar situation happened, maybe in a different area. A lady was caught in adultery. Then she was hijacked by a group of people and was taken to Jesus Christ. They were about to stone this woman.
I like that story.
To death. And Jesus was writing in the sand. Then he looked at all the faces of the people who want to stone the woman. I believe it takes two to fornicate. Take two to do that.
But only the woman.
So woman, you suffer. You are the other ones that we see the pregnancy or when the thing is done. Then Jesus said, he who is without sin,
let him cast the first stone.
Should cast the first stone. And nobody was left. We've all gaffed before. Please, one thing that we are doing now that is unfortunate is that we've left our political debate. We are concentrating on it. So NDC and MPP, wake up. Some of you are not being smart. This issue, we are talking about Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah now, who is not going for any election. The two people are going for election now. Within NDC and MPP, it's Brother Bawumia and Brother John Mahama. So let's concentrate on them. Otherwise, we'll spend all our energy trying to make a point. Those who are defending Napo and those who are against Napo, they will be losing sight of the real thing. When you give the devil attention, it gives you direction. I think some of you are losing sight of it. So my advice to you as a pastor is that let's get to basis. Let's talk about principles. Let's talk about values. Let's talk about things. And we are now going to 1957 when we have issues that borders us now. Please, let's wake up.
Right. This morning, the Daily Graphic is telling us that the armed forces are recording more mental health disorders on the yearly basis. The front page of today's Daily Graphic said armed forces record 1,300 mental disorders yearly. And I'll read a bit of the story talking about the number of cases, and this was for each year since 2021. So post-COVID-19, after the COVID ended in 2020, every year since then, the armed forces have recorded 1,300 mental health disorder cases. The Chief of Defense Staff, CDS, Major Thomas Opong-Pepra, gave out the statistics, and he said he's directed the Department of Medical Services of the GAF, Ghana Armed Forces, to embark on a vigorous drive to reduce mental health cases within the forces. And these are the things that are contributing. So let's hear a few statistics. He said that a total of, in 2017, and by the close of COVID, a total of 614 cases were recorded for both males and females. However, post-COVID-19, the statistics have shown a marked increase with a total average of about 1,300 cases each year from 2021 to 2023, about 70% being males. And he goes on to say the most worrying indication is that alcohol use disorder is at the top of the list. The CDS was addressing a maiden conference to climax the maiden edition of the government's Mental Health Awareness Week. So the concern is a lot of the men in our forces are under very challenging mental health distress, and this is a call for help. I'll pick your thoughts on this first, Sheikh.
Our mental health and mental soundness is one of the greatest gifts of God to us. When you lose it, you become dysfunctional. What makes you a functional human being is the state of your mind. That is why there is sense in the laws that we make in every nation, that any substance that in the calculation and thought of the state can tamper with the effective functioning of the mind, laws will have to be enacted in order to stop its use. From marijuana to alcohol to heroin, all the drugs. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of people find solace in that when they are in a certain circumstance of stress, frustration, bitterness, or grief. And they are unable to accommodate or cope up with the stress of life. They take recourse to this substance, and then so multiplies, and as it continues to have its cumulative effect and deteriorates the function of the mind, then they reach. So can you imagine if you have a policeman or a military man who at the time he is holding the gun, the function of the mind has been affected in one way or the other. The danger it has. Yeah. He has a wife, a house. Maybe there are some family issues. He's unable to cope with those. And this man has a gun there. And he can cock it at any time and do what?
The CDS says that these issues are hardly discussed within the army because people feel it's unmanly. So society kind of contributes to some of those situations. You're a man, so you're expected to be strong. You're in the army, so you're expected to be even stronger. So when when challenges present themselves to these men, they struggle to cope and they have no one to talk to.
I think the understanding of the strength is very, very important. I mean, what is courage? What is courage? What is strength? And Rev, I think with your permission, let me quote one Arabic statement about these things, about what the Prophet said. ليس الشديد بالسرعة إنما الشديد من يملك نفسه عند الغضب. He said the strong is not the one who
Less Shadik Bisura.
I like that, you are smart.
Less Shadik Bisura.
Reverend has a tongue for some.
Yeah. I mean, it's very. I mean, you see, it's not the strong is not the one who casts people down, wrestles them down. But the strong is the one who takes control of himself when he's at the time of anger. So it gives a new definition of what the strong is. But maybe we looked at strength more along the physical lines and what we do in society. And because security has been limited to the function of the man, he is the brave one. Can you imagine when a snake appears here and me and Reb we say, oh, Thelma, it is there, go.
Kill the snake.
Then we are hiding behind you.
In society, they'll say, "Remember, bro, men should come."
So the people will say, now what's on your uncle? You see, they expect that it's the man, and it's a big failure if he's unable to do that, and that affects his inner confidence, and it can go on and on and on and on. But so I think that the good thing is that let's take this as a reality, a phenomenon ongoing, and how do we have to address them, even as men? How do we address so that we don't have this situation outside of the military and the security? I mean, along even in family life. I mean, many men are unable to cope with the current challenges of economic responsibilities in their families, and when they don't have wives who are supportive, but rather they taunt them and they lose their whole confidence and they don't know where to go, they end up, taking substances, because if he comes and his wife will insult him, so what he will do is that he will drink profusely to the point that so the moment he comes home, he's on the bed, he's gone. Whatever the wife will say, he will not hear. Right. Early morning, he will take more and go out. Right. So those are the things I think we need to give attention to.
The number has doubled almost, or it's gone beyond the double mark. 600 something cases before COVID, and then now 1,300. So we're seeing almost a doubling of the numbers. And yet it's a society that still largely stigmatizes people who even step forward to seek medical help for mental health issues. How should we handle this?
Thelma, this goes beyond just what we are hearing. Our society is not well. Our community is not well. And I'm the first to admit here that we even have journalists who are mad people, who have mental challenges. Look at the airwave. The fact that somebody can eloquently speak and write well doesn't mean when they have medical challenges, they will still not be able to do it. There are a lot of things we see that doesn't make sense. There are a lot of things we hear that doesn't make sense. And Thelma and Sheikh, we cannot hide from that. There are a lot of people, even in media or journalists, who are mentally not sound. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people in the police who are also not sound. You see the way people react to certain things. Unfortunately, I'm the first to also admit that there are a lot of clergymen who are not sound. Now, mental state comes through so many issues and environments. And sometimes even there are ladies who are in homes and marriages and prominent situations that just by their cycle, they get, and that is why we call some lunatic. Lunatic is when the moon changes, the mindset changes, and people can trigger off. Here, you cannot tell me that in GBC, there are not people you know that are not correct. But the way they react, the fact that somebody is in a certain position doesn't mean the person is secured from getting a mental problem. So we have a problem. The biggest challenge we have in Ghana that I think should be addressed first is that we don't have places for people to seek attention. If you have any psychological problem in Ghana, you are taken to the mental hospital at Asylum Down or Pantan. So people who genuinely have issues that can be taken there,
counseling needs,
they don't have the place for counseling. You only go through counseling, as far as I know, it's only in the mental hospital at Asylum Down and Pantan. The moment you go there, you are stigmatized. And when that stigma comes upon you, It's difficult for you to get yourself out of it. So we are not able to help it. There are a lot of footballers and there are a lot of sportsmen who have triggered off. And this thing, the line between madness and soundness is a very thin line. So I'm happy that the Ghana Armed Forces have come out of it. But we should go to the security services. I've seen a national security agent who is holding the gun and want everybody to see he's holding the gun like that. And that can be madness. In fact, you are not even safe. I've seen certain police people who have acted in a manner that you wonder, if you stopped the car, you're a policeman, you're in uniform, that alone is enough for you to stop. But when you are shouting on the driver, you want to slap the driver for stopping him, that is madness. That is not law. It's the same thing we are seeing in journalism. I said something the last time that a lot of journalists I've seen dress nicely, speak nicely, but mentally not sound. Because what the person is doing is not journalism. It's not just vindictiveness. It's madness. It doesn't make sense. And so we need to, as a matter of fact, encourage a lot of psychiatric help, psychologists, and then create an environment where people can be counseled. There are a lot of people who are going through stress. Stress alone can lead to madness. Stress in the home, stress in the family, stress in the things. And by the time you realize, there are a lot of even some of the commanders who are even mentally not sound. I've seen an army officer, a senior officer, and a senior police officer shout on the other junior ranks. And the way they behave towards them, you only get the person to rebel when you speak, and then you realize that this the person is not well. So let us address this carefully. I'm happy that the CDS, is it the CDS who came has come out of this. It should not just be a research. We should also have a lasting solution, because people are being destroyed every day. A lot of prostitutes who are standing by the roadside today, who people just think they are making ends meet. But it's because of their mental state. And this mental state is permeating in our body politics. There are a lot of politicians today who are mad, who are mentally not sound. Listen to the discussions on the panel sometimes. And there are some people that even when the moderator is trying to stop them, they get wild. I watch some of the interviews like, what are you doing? What is wrong with you? Do you understand? There are a lot of people in parliament today who also are mentally not sound. Are we exempting the judges? No. I've seen a judge speak to all the lawyers and blasted them. And halfway through, he gets up. He's asleep. Something is not well. So lawyers have seen it. Doctors have seen it. And so we need to get a holistic approach to this, because we need to be whole again. And the nation must be cured. But our leaders, our medical practitioners, our psychiatrists, to create an environment that can let people go to business. There are a lot of girls whose boys have left them. And because of that, they are in a mess. They don't need a mental hospital. They need people who can give them genuine counseling.
Right.
But Thelma, I don't know. This subject is of interest to me, and I belong to an organization that has gone redundant.
Okay. Which organization is that?
Friends of Mental Health. And this has triggered my interest again. I can't even find my other members. So if those who were part of this organization, especially our chairman,
what were you?
I can't remember even
what
his
kind
name.
Of stuff were you doing?
Oh, at that time, we even had joint, activities with the Ministry of Health, the mental health unit, the head of the mental health and our intention was to seek funding from different sources and help people who are suffering some mental, and then also want to organize things that are the preventive in nature. That what are the circumstances? How do we encourage people by way of public education for them to understand that it is normal that you go through certain experiences and for you to go to where you can find some services. For that there's nothing embarrassing about it. Just like when your stomach is having stomach upset, that you can go and see a doctor. The same thing, you begin to feel something in the mind. You don't think that you are okay. Why you are not sleeping? Why you keep on turning on your bed throughout the whole of the night? Why is it happening to you so? It means that something is wrong. But we think there's something stigmatizing about it. That if you go to Pantana and the doctor sees you, what about them? And your family will begin to raise questions. So
you have a card at mental hospital, then that's a stigma.
It's a stigma, you know. And I wish those of my members, we can regroup and begin to carry out this interest, because look, it is godly.
Right.
Please, when you get them, get me. I'll be part of it.
I'll be great. I'll be happy.
We're already recruiting people into
so
the
Friends of Mental Health
group.
If whatever you are, please, if you know my number, please call me. We can run out again.
Our viewers are joining the conversation across our WhatsApp platform, and I have the phone with me now. I'll share some of the messages I'm receiving with you. Mickey Darling from Ashalaja says, listening to the advice from Otumfuo to Napo, the comments from Napo and the reactions from the general public, I would have wished he render an apology to Ghanaians for peace to prevail. Sheikh and Reverend, when is the clergy starting the debates for all the presidential candidates? When I go back to Sheikh and Reverend, I'll take the response. Speaking extempore is a rare capability. Very few people have that rare gift to speak to large crowds extempore and not get carried away. He should be excused, but like Reverend said, going forward he must speak from a prepared speech. Thelma, many are mad, but few are naked. Amadeus sent us that message. More on our WhatsApp number 05555610034. Ghanaians have taken Kwame Nkrumah like an angel. Nobody wants to talk bad things. Nobody wants to say bad things, I believe is what you want to say. The bad things he did, how can you take over our money and say union the whole Africa? So I'm not quite clear. The sentence is not clear, but come again. I presume you mean that Nkrumah was not an angel, but I'm not getting the point you are making very clearly. So let's do it again. Wow, my mentors are here. So glad to see and watch you. Sheikh, good morning. Reverend, good morning. And they go on to say, let's call a spade a spade. Napo shouldn't be reinterpreted and polished. He is and was wrong to say before all and to all, your Kwame Nkrumah, and he's put it in quote. If we pamper him and his word, we can't correct our children nor the youth when they utter the same statement against any of our leaders and even to their parents. You can't tell your brothers and sisters of the same parents, your father. It's an insult. We have had many people in politics, many great men and women, but none ever uttered such words. Kwame Nkrumah is an outstanding personality. No matter what, Napo should come and render an apology. Good morning. So those are your thoughts. And on the mental health issues of our military, someone says our military training is too much. It's extremely abusive on human health. So many soldiers retire and all you see them go through is health problems. I've watched US soldiers in training and enrollment, but Ghana, the training for enrollment alone is too much. Many of our men and women in uniform are suffering from mental health quietly. It's time to check this seriously. Mental health is a big issue and it needs to be tackled. And this is in response to today's front page of the Daily Graphic story on 1,300 armed forces, men and women, suffering from mental health since the post-COVID period. Nana Yao Gakpo from Keta Volta region. Please, we all know that it's political talk. Even people who insult JJ Rawlings, nobody says anything. So more of the messages coming in. GTV, more fire. Dario from Edujama said, nurses are crying, both rotation and completed nurses. They say that they want to be posted. Read mine and I'll read it. What Alaji said is true. It happened at Nungwa police station barracks. A policeman was in a room with his wife and kids, but unfortunately he chased both the wife and kids outside. He locked the door and shot himself. So mental health, key advocacy going on today at the table. Another message here says, Dr. Matthew Poku's comment is unpardonable. He should just apologize and let us move on. This is from Alhaji Haruna in Ashai Man. Reverend says he who is without sin, let him cast the first stone. So let's promote forgiveness. Socio-economic and bureaucratic pressures from senior officers are contributory factors to the mental health disorders in the GAF. Abu Sadiq sent us this message. They think that sometimes the senior officers, they are too hard on the juniors. Alaji Dauda, joining our conversation, says, Reverend and Chief Imam Rep, my question to you, since you both don't belong to any political party, who vote and determine which party wins at their wins, what advice do you have for your membership of over 2 million voters for the 2024 general elections? Perhaps they'll share their advice.
To vote on values, to vote on value.
Vote on value is the answer. Yes. Mental health, more on that. The mental problem in the force are caused by the leaders of the armed forces. They punish the young ones too much, so they need to take what will make their mind to endure the abuse and punishment. Because of the vaccine, somebody says the vaccine is also indirectly affecting the mind, coupled with their drugs. I don't know whose drugs you're talking about. Amos Zachariah Albert, thank you for sending that message. So I'm getting a lot of the senior officers being too hard on junior officers as one of the causes for some of these mental health challenges. Good morning, GTV. Here's another message. We are pleased to know the views of our two eminent spiritual leaders and scholars in digesting the matter with NAPO. The issue with us is arrogance. Therefore, the opportunity on that day was lost. Man of the millennium, our clergy must tell him in his face. NAPO is dead on arrival. He failed his own father's test. He needs to prove to Ghanaians once again. And this is someone who's watching us. There's so many messages, and at any point, if you want to make a comment, you are free to do so. Even as I totally agree with my very respected panelists, I have a separate view about Kwame Nkrumah. And he met no department. He started his government with lots of money in the accounts of Ghana, but he left us with debt. On the contrary, His Excellency Nana Addo was saddled with a lot of debt, e.g. both domestic and foreign debts, global pandemic, and yet has lots of projects to his credit. Abeiku sent us that from Agona Suejo. So the messages are coming thick and fast, but I'll take your final words before we rise so we make way for the next discussion. I'll start with you, Reverend.
I want to congratulate GBC for a very yeoman program yesterday. Thelma, you sent us the letters midnight. How you managed to send me a letter at 2 a.m.? I don't know what time you received yours.
The reminder?
Yes.
The reminder. I mean, and I replied.
I had a team quick, 2 a.m. And then it was a message from Thelma. I thought something was. I thought it was an invitation from GBC. I said, God.
It's an agent on the nation.
You don't sleep.
I got my reminder also.
At 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Please, the program is at 12.
You saw me online, and you thought that this is the best time to hit it.
Yes.
Okay. So, but I felt like Doreen and Kafui did great yesterday for moderating the program. And what do I say about Akushka Akwe? Perfect. Yesterday, my brother, senior brother Ayeboafo, spoke excellently well. And I was very impressed with the way the Director General, Professor Amin, stood and digested the whole approach of the media and, of course, the stand of GBC when it comes to political debate. I think moving on, let's all take cue from that. The principles that I'm saying and the principles that has been brought up about how we should handle the political debate, let's handle it well with a lot of respect and decorum, and we can have. And trust me, whatever comes from GBC GTV goes far than all the small stations. So remember, unfortunately, some of the stations are owned by politicians, so they'll always be biased. But we are the ones here that will create. So I congratulate all of you. I congratulate the entire team, Akushka Akwe, and some of the leaders, and even my good brother Obroni was the chair for the program yesterday, and I think it went very well. For those of you who didn't know, yesterday we had a program here to spell out the guidelines for the 2024 election and how we can approach it with a lot of respect and decorum for one another. And I wish you all well.
All right, thank you so much, Reverend. Sheikh, the last word.
Yeah, I think I also joined Reverend in congratulating the GBC.
I was congratulating you before I go, and even Sheikh spoke very well. I said I prayed very well for the beginning. You prayed very well for the end.
Because he made me emotional when he began by that song. Seriously, if you had asked me to talk around the time, I wouldn't know what will happen to me. I can't explain why. Once he began singing, I became very emotional. So when he came, I told him, "Look, that's your song."
That's your song.
You know, and
I think everybody
inspiring song.
participated in that song.
And it was good, and I think it was a good program. And for me, as a peace activist, and within 2024, anything that will contribute to the peace of our political environment as we move towards 2024 is something that I applaud. I applaud very well, and for the GBC to create an even platform for all political parties without exception, except that I wasn't too happy. I didn't see NDC. I wasn't too happy about
Yesterday, after the program, we were in touch with their communications team.
Great.
They sent a rep, and they have since been to the office of the director of TV, and they've picked their number as well. From what I'm told, they picked number 15. So what we did was we did a little balloting based on the political parties that were here for the program for the launch. And we got 14 parties present in our studios, and later in the day the NDC came and they also picked their slot. So they ended up with slot number 15.
Great. I'm so happy about that. I felt uncomfortable actually, but I'm happy about that.
We spoke to the director of communications, Sami Jemfi, yesterday.
Great.
He sent a man over to do that.
So we hope that even platform will provide all political parties the opportunity to sell their message. The discussion should not be about persons. You don't need to damage somebody in order to make it. So let's do it. And then the final thing is the people living with disability. I think they made a request which I found very, 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 very touching. What they told us is that, say, Rev, you and Sheikh, our message to you is that to tell politicians that when there's violence, because they are people of disability, they cannot run. So say when you are creating the violence, but consider them also. So this must touch the heart of every politician who's listening to us. Old people who cannot run for their dear lives. Women who have children to cater for. Because no woman will run away and leave her son or her daughter. The sick in our society. And these ones who are respectable members of our society, but because of their condition, which we are not free from. We are not free from falling into that circumstance. So we pray that our politicians will take you, and as they speak, is to avoid intemperate language and hate speech.
Thank you so much. Sheikh Aremia Shaibu, spokesperson for the National Chief Imam, Reverend Dr. Lawrence, as a president and founder Worldwide Miracle Outreach. Thank you for sitting with us. Shalom, and I wish you a pleasant day. We'll see you again on Thursday next week for another fruitful conversation. And thank you also for joining the conversation via our WhatsApp number and for sending your messages across. The press secretary of Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh will be sitting down with us and he'll be answering some of our questions and yours. You don't want to miss that conversation, and we'll bring you that after this break.
Thank you for watching GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui Day. My guest is Press Secretary to the Vice Presidential Candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Rodney Nkrumah-Boateng. Rodney, good morning.
Good morning, Kafui.
Yes. Are you surprised by the furore raised by the comments made by your boss, who you've been working with for quite some time now, since 2017?
7 years now. I'm not particularly surprised. I mean, my surname is Nkrumah-Boateng, as you indicated, and when I've been out of the country, I have been asked often whether I'm related, and my name has come up. I've been asked whether I'm related to Dr. Nkrumah.
Are you?
No, I'm not, but I have sometimes claimed that I am.
Of course.
Because it opens doors. So there's a huge recognition about the role that he has played in our country, that he has played in the Pan-Africanist movement and globally. So understandably, there is a certain demigod status, if I may say, that is accorded him. And so I can see the reaction that has been out there regarding what Dr. Prempeh said in Kumasi.
Is he surprised?
I would be surprised if he were surprised.
Which means he's not surprised.
I mean, everybody in Ghana, as I said, knows, the whole thing about Dr. Nkrumah.
So why are we surprised? If everybody knows.
And so I'm saying that I don't think that there's a lot of surprise if you were to stop 10 people in the streets and ask them whether they're surprised about the reaction. I think a lot of them would say they are not. Whatever their opinions are about the subject matter, I don't think that there's any surprise out there. No.
Do you regret it?
Me? Mm-hmm. I didn't make the statement.
Yes, but you work with him and you have to defend him.
I do work with him, yes.
And it makes your work harder.
Not necessarily. I mean, he made a statement. Primarily, it is a subjective statement. Because look, Kafi, if you were to give a set of facts to 2 or 3 or 4 social scientists, set of data and everything, they probably would come up with different conclusions. Mm-hmm. Some people swear by President Rawlings because of rural electrification and all of that. Some people swear by President Kufuor, others swear by a Champong for the huge infrastructure work that he undertook. And so it is understandable, especially in a democracy, that people would have different opinions. And all, these are subjective. And in any case, it was a passing comment he made. I don't think it was meant as disrespectful to President Nkrumah, who, as I said, everybody acknowledges the role that he has played in our country leading up to our independence and beyond. And so I think that if you are to examine it, he's entitled to his opinions. As I said, it's a subjective opinion. He's entitled to his, as I am to mine, and you are to yours. And we may not necessarily be on the same. We may not all, even in acknowledging his contributions to Ghana's political history, we may not all necessarily draw the same conclusion, given the same set of facts, because of the different contexts that the different presidents came to meet and all of that stuff. So, yes, I can understand the fury, but again, not just in a democracy, but even as a social science experiment, I expect that different people would have different opinions.
And that's what nobody's expecting everybody to agree with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, but maybe it's not the what he said, but the how. I mean, your Kwame Nkrumah, it's like it's in our setting, it sounds off. Take your Kwame Nkrumah, Again, maybe that's why Ghanaians are offended.
I think that, I have to be honest with you, even without that aspect that you just referred to, I'm sure we will still be having this discussion here. Because I have been privy to, I'm on social media a lot. Part of my work takes me there. And on Kwame Nkrumah's birthday, on Founders Day, this argument we've been having back and forth about founder and all of that on his birthday. Anything to do with Kwame Nkrumah does evoke a lot of sentiment. And so I doubt that the language necessarily is the all-be-all as far as this discussion is concerned. There's the subject matter in itself. Even when this government renovated the Nkrumah Memorial Park. There was a whole brouhaha about, quote unquote, who loves Nkrumah more, and all of that. That's a separate argument. So I think that I get the point that you're making about the how, but what I'm saying is that the what is equally responsible for the huge.
So the what and the how.
Yes, if you were to allow, probably I would say both, in a huge sense of the word.
Finally, so that we can move to other stuff.
Yes, cool, exactly.
Does he regret the comments?
I think he made a statement yesterday, and sought to, reiterate what he had said effectively at the. I think it was in Wasame.
Yes, he was in the Western region.
He still is in the Western region. Yes. But whatever it is, I think, as you just said, it's time to move on, really. I mean, we've been dragging this since Tuesday. It's Thursday, understandable. As I said, we live in a democracy and all of that stuff. But I think going forward, such issues are probably in the heat of the campaign period. Probably there'll be a few things here and there. But the important thing is to remain focused on the issues before us. Dr. Nkrumah is not on the ballot paper.
So why did he enter the acceptance speech?
I mean, he was mentioned. His name came. I mean, his whole perspective was on NDC, NPP. Nkrumah's name bumped along somewhere down the line. It's over. We are on. We still need to focus on the election. He's not on the ballot paper, if I may add. Even Dr. Prempe's name is not on the ballot paper. It's about Dr. Bawumia and the agenda that he wants to prosecute.
Did you drop the ball in your job? Because you're his press secretary. Did you give him a script?
We discussed what he needed to say. I mean, you cannot possibly read a script at a rally. You read a script at a closed conference room setting.
Okay, so talking points. You gave him talking points?
Oh, well, part of my job is to give him talking points. I mean, that's part of
Did he follow them?
Yes, he did. But you can't expect him to read, to do everything by rote, to repeat literally everything is there. That's the whole point of freestyling. There are points to guide you. There are things that you may say that may not necessarily be on the paper, but they form part of the broader discussion. Yes. So the MPP's achievements, yes, it was there, and it was in that context that he made the comment that he did.
Final. Did anybody chastise him?
You did say final. You did say final.
Yeah, so final.
To go.
Because you are giving him stuff. So did anybody chastise him after this conversation?
I'm not privy to any private conversations that he may have had.
Because you're in Kumasi?
I was in Kumasi.
Yeah.
But contrary to a certain person, I'm not with him 24/7. He would have had his own private conversation before and after, and probably even during the event. And I'm not necessarily. I may be press secretary, but I'm not privy to every conversation, every single conversation.
So what's your brief? What's your brief as press secretary?
It's primarily to work on his media relations and also on his speeches. And my primary focus has been on his speeches since that. That was at the Ministry of Education. At the Ministry of Energy, the scope has broadened to include heading the communications unit as a whole, which then also takes into account the ministry's profile, and also comes with the deputy secretaries, the deputy ministers, and the directors, and all that. So there's a wider scope of my work than what it was back in education.
What does he bring to the ticket?
He brings a lot of grassroots appeal. He brings a lot of hard work and results-oriented approach to his work. I mean, you've seen what he did in education. The track record is there. In energy, he continues to provide the leadership and to complement Dr. Bawumia on his agenda and his vision for this country.
What do you think his biggest achievement in the energy ministry is?
Primarily keeping the lights on. And I know you're probably going to bring up the recent blip in the power supply. But I have always said...
Are you in my head?
I like to live in interviewers' heads. So, primarily, I have also said, in private conversations with friends, that the thing about the energy ministry is that if your lights are on, essentially you have a lot of peace. And that everybody takes notice of you when they flick a switch and they cannot get power. Whereas in education, it was literally a rolling ministry. It's a very, very wide-scoping ministry, from KG all the way to tertiary. If a building breaks down and falls on school children in Wali, it's on your head. Literally everything. Teacher strikes, everything. So it's a much more complex school placement, teacher placement, a lot of work in energy. So you're almost constantly always in the news. Whereas with energy, you're more of a background until there's a power situation. So the primary focus from my perspective is that if your lights are on and your generation issues are resolved, your transmission issues are resolved, your distribution issues are resolved, people are not particularly interested a lot in, let's say, energy transition. For instance, it's a bit of a complex situation. But a lot of work has been done in all of these areas in the past 2 years that we've been at the Energy Ministry.
Would the traffic lights that don't work be part of the Energy Ministry's remit? Because we've been doing a campaign on road safety with GTV for the past 3-4 weeks. Traffic lights are not on in Accra.
I think traffic lights are local assembly issues.
But they need electricity.
Yes, but is it because there's no electricity that they're not working?
We don't know. The lights are just not on. They don't work.
So it needs further investigation. I don't have the information off the top of mind, but I think that they are
urban roads.
The remit of urban roads and district assemblies, yes.
So keeping the lights on.
Yes.
Education, because he was former education minister.
That's correct.
And we've heard a lot about free SHS.
Yeah.
He was the implementer, correct?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. But there are challenges as well.
Oh, yes, of course, there are challenges with everything. I mean, but what is not in doubt is that when we came into office in 2017, the senior high school population of this country was in the region of 800,000. When we were leaving in 2021, it had gone up to 1.2 million. Now, you may make what you want of free SHS, and everybody knows that in the senior high school sector, there have been institutional problems. The numbers have gone up and all of that stuff. Which is a good thing. The numbers going up is a good thing because it means more and more people are accessing secondary education. So there are challenges. There are always have been challenges, but they were dealt with, and it was a continuing process up until the time that we left the Ministry of Education.
So now let's move away from his achievements to your boss, the political animal. So he's in the Western region now.
He's in the Western region.
What's the brief?
He has been meeting traditional rulers, Jura, Wasau Memfi, Upper Dick School, and Isikado. He has met them so far. Today and tomorrow, he'll be having some private engagements. Over the weekend, there are church activities, and then next week, more engagements with traditional rulers and some other media engagements. So if you're lucky, you probably get him.
Yeah, I would love to have him here.
I'm sorry?
I would love to have him anywhere he is. We can track him down for a one-on-one.
I'm sure discussion can be had, yes.
What's he most looking forward to?
Ultimately, victory in 2024 election, but also giving all that he can, putting all his, that is at his, all within his arsenal at the disposal of the flag bearer who is in the north, touring the constituencies in the northern part of the country, so that together they can come together and then prosecute the electoral victory agenda that the party has in mind in 2024.
During his acceptance speech, he made a big deal about the 85% number. Once the voters in the Ashanti region to deliver 85.
Yeah.
We looked at a recent poll by Global Analytics, and they are thinking that 70% thereabouts will be a realistic number because of the Alan Chemating factor. NDC still has their teens in terms of percentage, and even the Cheddar Nana Beriaku factor. I mean, 85 in Ashanti, that's stretching a lot.
It's huge, it's ambitious, but it's doable. He did mention that, I think he did mention in his speech that there's 70, but we want to go beyond 70. And in politics, as in with everything, you must have targets. If you don't have targets, if you cannot measure, how do you manage? So you must have a target, and then everybody knows that you cannot just sit down and have 70%, 85% just fall into your laps. You must work hard for it. You must work hard to get every vote out there, and then get your 85% to deliver what you want to see achieved.
Is the presence of his former ministerial colleague annoying the Alan Chemating factor that might threaten votes from the MPP?
No, I mean, one would have preferred if Mr. Chemating had not left. I mean, of course, politics is all a game about numbers, but then again, it's a democracy. He made his choice, and the party respects that, and the important thing is to close ranks and then go forward from there. So, yes, he's put his heart in the ring. We'll see what it makes out there, whether people feel that he's a force to reckon with, to the extent that they're prepared to vote for him and his change, movement for change, and then we'll see. But we're not perturbed. I mean, the train still has to move, and it is moving at great speed, if I may add.
How do you counter perceptions that Dr. Opoku Prempeh has an arrogant air around him? You hear it a lot in people's conversations.
Oh yes, I've heard it a lot. I've heard it you know, you cannot work with a man for 7 years and not hear people say things about him. What I am able to say, having worked with him at close range, and I saw him, and I'll mention just two things, free SHS and then teacher licensure. With free SHS, remember he came into office with 6 months to deliver. He came into office around, I started work on the 1st of March, and he was already embedded. And we had to roll it out by September. It was a new policy, it had never been done. The numbers were huge, the issues were enormous, the consultations were broad, and there were several groups that we had to meet. And I had to sit in with meetings stretching into hours all the time. And what I saw was firmness and confidence and a determination to get the job done. It does come with sometimes there are fragile egos around and people feel that certain status quo. There was even some calls in certain corners that we should wait for another year or thereabouts, but he wasn't having none of it because that was not his marching orders. In fact, his marching orders were deliver free SHS for the 2017-2018 academic year. And so you might find him brusque, if I may use the word. But once he has a mandate to deliver and he says, I am going here, and he's convinced that he's on the right path, then he will insist that that's where he wants to go, and then nothing will detract him. And that sometimes rubs people the wrong way. Teacher licensure, it had been in the Education Act 788 since 2008. The previous government tried to implement it on a pilot basis, and it sort of floundered. There was quite a lot of opposition from the Trainee Teachers Association of Ghana because they were going to roll out as teachers. And I sat in several engagements, and he was insistent that it had to be done. We pushed through it, it got done, and if you ask a lot of teachers today, they'll tell you that on reflection, it was a good thing that was done. So I have seen him operate at, at close quarters. And he comes across as very hard-nosed and very determined to get jobs done. And sometimes people are not too comfortable with that because, for whatever reasons. But once you get to understand him, he can be a pleasure to work with. I went to Pukwari, he went to Prempeh College. And so we have a little light moments and a little beef, if I may use the expression. And we get along well. I mean, and he's fine. I really don't see the arrogance tag that people try to slap on him.
What kind of reception do you think he'll get if he's deployed to the Volta region?
Fantastic. He went to see Togbesri a few weeks ago, and he got quite a good reception. Party workers, general public, it was fine. I mean, I don't think there are any no-go areas in this country. I mean, there are strongholds.
How about the people of the lower Volta area who felt that the Volta region, the Volta Dam spillage, which occurred last year and is likely to happen again this year, judging from what we've heard from them, affected them, and they didn't like the reception they got from the Ministry of Energy?
I think we put out a press. Are we talking about the interview where he said the demonstration thing, or are we talking about
the spillage, and then we'll get to the demonstration as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the spillage, the issue was dealt with. There was a statement, I think, I've lost track a little bit about how VRE responded to the issue. I mean, the statement about VRE, about how they responded to the issue. But he did go to the affected areas. He spoke to the chief, and I think he went on about 2 or 3 occasions. He went on his own, and I think when the president also went, he was with him. And he spoke to the chiefs and people, and I don't think there was any hostility that he encountered. Of course, people in distress are likely to be upset about one or two. It's not a pleasant thing to suffer, being displaced out of your home and all of those things. But I think that he and the VRA did what they could as best as they could to help bring relief to people. I understand, I think I saw some statements about Honorable Ablakwa, Honorable Jifa Gomashi, and a few other MPs who felt that certain things could have been done differently. But then one can only be human, and I think that the intentions of getting relief for the people of Volta, the lower Volta, we're not in doubt.
How do you justify the comment that he would do a one-man demonstration if the sea defense?
I think I listened to that interview, and if I was supposed to be there, what he said, if I recall correctly, and I am sure my memory is very clear on this, that it is wrong for any group of people to try to hold government to ransom and say, if you do not put this in your budget, we will not approve of the budget. That was the premise of his discussion. And he said, if we are going to go by that premise, that is not the only part of Ghana where there are issues. That in an Ashanti region where he is an MP, there are issues. So if we are going by that logic, then he could also say that if the finance minister does not put the flood issues in certain parts of Ashanti on the budget, then he can go on a demonstration. The tapes is there, and you can play the tapes and say. So he was clear. The fundamental point was that no group of people, even MPs, should be able to hold the government to ransom and say, unless you do this, we would not approve the budget. That he believed that it was wrong. And so it wasn't and it was blown out to become an ethnocentric committee, which I think was ridiculous, to be honest with you. And it was blown out of proportion, cast in a certain light that did not reflect the reality of what he said in that studio. And it's quite unfortunate.
What's next, Rodney, for your candidate?
He will continue to provide the needed support for Dr. Bawumia. He will continue with his engagements. As I said, he's in the Western region. He'll be moving on to other places. Flag bearer is in the north, trying to tour all the constituencies in the north. And Dream Team, as far as I am concerned, as far as I'm aware. Dream Team, and I'm sure that the two of them, the synergy that they provide. Dr. Bawumia has stated why he chose Dr. Prempeh. I think it was a fantastic choice, and I say that not for self-serving purposes. I think it was a fantastic choice, and I'm looking forward to an exciting campaign and seeing them deliver victory in 2024.
Can we look forward to this is final? Can we look forward to a debate, a vice presidential candidates debate?
I think a vice presidential.
Will he submit himself to it?
Dr. Prempeh doesn't run away from challenges. He relishes challenges, and especially given the fact that both he and his opposite number were once ministers for education, I think it will be a fantastic and exciting comparing records.
And they all have Opoku.
They all have Opoku.
All right.
And I think it will be interesting. So,
Rodney, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Rodney Nkrumah-Boateng, Press Secretary for Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Vice Presidential Candidate of the New Patriotic Party. My name is Kapui Day. We've got a lot more conversations right after. Don't go anywhere. From politics to money. And my guest is Rabbi Odami Ansah, head servant of Grace House Ministries. We're going to be talking about multiple streams of flows of income, aka getting money from different places, you know, to enter that one stream. Rabbi, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Shalom.
Peace.
And life to you.
Yes.
Why do people think that it's only their salary that they can survive on?
I don't know why they live their lives to think that way. And I used to ask people, who asked you to depend on one salary? Who asked you to stay at one place and not look at other places? Maybe it's because, I don't know, but I can't answer for them. Mm-hmm. But I think that it's about time people are taught that they don't have to depend on one source of income.
What was your first source of income, if you look back on your life? Your first job that got you money?
Business.
Okay. What were you selling?
I was selling office automations because I saw that was the area that was, you know, they were moving from the manual typewriter to electrical typewriter. So I saw an opportunity over there, and I started working hard on it. And before then, I was dealing with Kokonte.
Okay, you were
cassava chips. Yes.
You were selling cassava chips.
Yes, I was selling it to some big names I can't mention on set now, and they were exporting it for animal feed in Holland.
So, where were you getting these cassava chips from?
From the farm gates. I go to the farm.
Okay.
I started the bush work not now.
Okay.
Yeah, so I tried to get the cassava chips to them, and then they export. And I was making money out of that place. And then I also joined one company that were dealing with rank zeros, office automations.
Yes, indeed.
And I was a sales guy over there. So I wasn't employed. I had time to do other stuff.
So the cassava chips came first?
Yes, the cassava chips.
And then you went into office supplies?
Yes.
Office automation?
Yes, but before then I did Kwankwo, I did mate. Kwankwo is concrete. I was carrying concrete.
Okay.
I did mate.
Okay, you were mate as well?
I was mate as well, and I was selling live snakes.
Live snakes?
Snakes, yes. So I know how to catch snakes.
You were selling what?
Live snakes, reptiles, but snakes, lizards, wall geckos and stuff.
At what age? What age were you doing this?
Around, is it 19, 20, 21 years old.
Who were your customers for these snakes?
I was supplying it to one gentleman who exports them.
Snakes?
Snakes, reptiles.
So how do you catch a snake?
Okay.
Give me a tip.
Okay, so to catch a snake, the most important thing is to time and the head. So when you are able to place a stick on the head or your hand on the head, you catch it. So the rest are tails. I mean, they are nothing. They are.
Wow.
So you hold the head. That's the most important thing.
All right.
Yeah.
In your snake catching career, how many snakes do you think you caught?
Around 20.
20 snakes?
Yes.
Hopefully your streams of income will not be as dangerous as catching snakes. But the principle is that you do different things to earn money.
Yes, I did different things to earn money. And one thing about me, if there is money here, trust me, I would make every effort to enter there.
And you just said that you don't understand why people don't have that mentality that they can cultivate different streams of income.
I don't understand.
What's the importance, though, of having different flows?
Because it makes life very comfortable, because money is coming and you can't. You see, Mr. Kafide, you know what? There are only few things you can do on this earth without money. Only few. Majority of the things are controlled by money. Yes. So if you lack a lot of money, there will be so many questions unanswered in your life. Money answered all things, according to Ecclesiastes chapter 10. You know, so there are only few things money doesn't do. Only few. So if you get more of it, then life will become comfortable for you.
How do you create multiple streams of income in a hard economy as we are living in now?
Okay, so already you are making an income. So it means that you know how to make an income. Multiply that. So it means that you need multiple efforts, multiple time, multiple energy, extra energy. These are the things you must be ready to give. Multiple values. So we are going to look at some few areas that we can look at.
Okay, go ahead.
So number one, you are employed. It gives you income. So it means that you need multiple employments. So you look, and when you travel outside the country, people get 2-3 jobs. And that is what I mean by multiple employment.
So we should have that same mentality here.
Yes, have it at the back.
Let me break it down here. Let's talk about the people in this studio. So my camera people, the man operates a camera, the one that you look into. He operates it. What kind of other jobs do you think he can also find to do?
He can be selling things that has to do with cameras. Okay, because since he is doing camera, he might be conversant with the gadgets and equipment, and he might know people who are selling, and he knows that some people come there to come and buy, so he can begin to deal in camera equipment and tell the person who sells that I have this. So when you get clients who are coming, you can refer them to me.
How about the ladies who made your face up before you came here? The makeup artists. What kind of they are employed here?
Yes.
What other kinds of jobs could they be interested in doing?
Yeah, I don't know the number of hours they work.
It's about 8
hours a day. Yes. So after 8 hours, you can do other stuff by doing people's makeup. Spread your wings. Let people know this is what I do. Do it on the internet. Put your skill on the internet, and after you have done this particular work, 8 hours, you can also look at people, go to their houses and do private makeup and stuff for them. Yeah. So it's a matter of you making up your mind. It's a matter of you setting goals and having a vision and making yourself known to the world that this is it. On Facebook alone, we have about 2 billion people visiting Facebook on daily basis. Tweet, about 450,000 tweets per minute. And then Instagram, about 500,000. So these are, and we are not even talking about TikTok. And this,
where you are?
Yeah, where I am. I'm also on Facebook anyway. Yeah, I'm also on Facebook because the traffic is there.
Serious?
Yeah, so I don't see why people should limit themselves to where they are.
How do people find opportunities? I mean, how did you, for example, the snake thing is just fascinating me. How did you know that somebody needed snakes?
Somebody introduced me to work with a man. I was desperately looking for somebody to work with. And he said, this is the man. He works with, he exports snakes.
Were you trained?
I wasn't trained, but if he can catch it, if the man can catch it, his head is not 2. His head is 1 like my head. So if he can catch it, I can catch it.
Were you ever bitten?
No.
When did you leave the business?
When I nearly got bitten.
Thank God for your life. You're
Charlie, I don't fool.
No fool go bite you for life.
I nearly got bitten by a cobra.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yes. And I said no. I told my boss, I can't do this work again.
Okay.
Yeah. But I learned how to do exports, how to go to the what do they call it? Veterinary, to go and get clearance for all these.
Okay, so you need to know about the business that you are in when you enter it.
Yes.
Okay.
So it wasn't only catching snakes, but I learned about the processes you go through to get the animals on flight to go.
If I decide to do a snake catching business, you can be my consultant.
Oh yes. I know how to catch, and I don't fear them at all.
Yeah.
If you see a snake right now, I can step on it with my leg.
So you must have a mind for opportunities, and then you must not just limit yourself to your salary.
You must never ever limit yourself to only your salary. So I said multiple employment. Then you can also be an entrepreneur. You can be working here and be an entrepreneur. Solve problems for people, provide services. You understand? Yeah. And you can do that even when you are here. You can be providing services for people. People park their cars from morning to evening. I told one lady, you have a car, you go to the office, you park it by 8, it's parked. And then you close at 5. There's traffic or at airport. People are coming in, going out. Why don't you register your car with airports? Right? Get a driver. That's decent.
Yeah. So with the time you're at work,
the car is working for you. Why should you park your car?
I like this idea.
Why should you park your car? And she started doing it. You can register with Uber. You can register with Yango. Because the car is parked.
I know the 4-wheel drives back then, a day was like $100.
You know what I mean? And you have a 4-wheel drive.
And another dollar behind how much? 16
cedis. Charlie?
Now it's $120. It's now $120 per day.
Obami. The car is sitting down. The car is sitting down.
Good ideas.
Yeah, so I told the woman, her own is even a saloon car. I said, please, make good use of this car. You're not getting the full benefit of the car. It's sitting down. I know people have parked. Go and look at the parking space.
You're so right.
Is it?
I mean, you're right.
Oh, yes. So
you need to look for opportunities all the time. You have to be curious.
You have to be curious. You have to ask questions. You have to look for how you can solve other people's problems and stuff like that. Another way is by investing, in bonds, stocks.
No, with the bonds.
Until this misbehavior came.
Yeah, the bond.
Until it came, it was still good.
Yes, but now, please, unless you want to be demonstrating every Wednesday, people's bonds are locked up.
Yes, I know. But I'm talking in the general sense because GTV goes outside the country and stuff. So we are educating people on the multiple source of income. You understand? So bonds are there, stocks are there, treasury bills are there. Indeed. These are all passive kinds of businesses that you can do to bring extra income. Okay. You can also do rentals.
Like your car thing you're talking about?
Yes, you can do rentals. You can do cooking utensils rentals. People rent cooking utensils.
So the chefs, like cakes, techniques, and boutiques.
Yes, people
You can rent your saucepans.
You can rent your saucepans. You can rent even your kente. You can rent your gold chains and stuff like that. People, you can rent.
If they don't come back with, if they don't bring your thing back, what happens?
How do you have regulation? You must regulate.
You can't carry my kente away and not come back.
Yes, you took it. So you must have a way to regulate your kente. To come back, you can rent canopies, you can rent chairs, rentals.
Yeah, there's a big company in Kumasi called Owner Services. When I was in Kumasi 25 years ago, they're a very small company. They are huge now. All the congregations, all the big Otunfo events, they are there. They've expanded.
Yeah,
just renting canopies and chairs.
There is a gentleman who always asks for 200 Ghana cedis, 300 Ghana cedis. So Rabbi, and he's living in about 4-bedroom house and he's occupying only one room. All the rest are there, and he gets broke.
Rent the rest.
This Airbnb or whatever.
Yes, Airbnb.
Yeah, I mean, at times I look at him, and one day I rebuked him. I said, I don't have money.
Like a demon.
I rebuked him. I said, I can't continue to financial. This is your lifestyle.
What were your words? Your exact words to him?
I can't continue to finance your lifestyle. I don't have money for that.
What did he say?
He was looking at my face. And he's older than me. so he's supposed to be a senior brother. And
you rebuked him?
I rebuked him one time because it doesn't make sense. You have a 4-bedroom house.
Yeah.
World. You are the owner. And then you live in only one room. You alone.
Rent the others.
Rent the others and stop getting broke. Stop getting broke. So rent house. Properties. Rent your properties. And stop worrying people. You understand? And then you can also be a broker. Sales.
Okay.
Sell for people. People are importing shoes, suits, and stuff. With your mobile phone, you can advertise somebody's shoes. And then people will buy. So when you ask people, where is your shop? He said, my shop is on my phone.
Okay.
And my shop is on my phone. I don't have a location.
It's digital.
It's digital. Yeah. So we can be brokers for people, look for customers for other people's products, and make income. And then you can also be a shareholder in other people's companies. Yes. Like my farming product, I'm into Gary. You can be a shareholder in that Gary.
You still sell the Gary?
Hey.
How's the market, my brother?
Gary is more profitable than gold.
Gary is more profitable than gold.
Gold, the highest you can get is 5%. But go and try Gary and see whether you get 5%. I say Gary is more profitable than gold. I won't say what profit I'm making here because then I'll be selling. But I say on authority, Gary is more profitable than gold. How many people consume gold in Ghana? How many people consume Gary in Ghana? That alone should tell you the sales you are making when you are selling Gary. How many people buy gold in Ghana within a year? How many, for the whole of this year, I'm sure somebody have never bought.
It's only those criminals who destroy our water. I hate those guys.
Yes, yes. But how many people go to the where they sell gold and buy gold every month?
But Gary is eating every day.
Gary is eating every day. So I'm saying on authority, Gary is more profitable than gold. Maize is more profitable than gold. How can I stop doing Gary? When it is putting money every week in the pocket. And somebody also may not manufacture, but I can say, Rabbi, supply me Gary to sell.
One time.
Yeah. So you can be a broker, like I said.
Yeah. Gary broker.
Gary broker. Yeah.
I like it.
And very soon, you will see depots. The Rabbi's Gary depot.
One time.
And I won't put money in there. If you have the shop, I come and the shop is your capital that you are invested into it. I bring Gary, you sell, we share profits.
Rabbi, we have 60 seconds to go. Give us the summary of this, and I'll direct people to go and watch this all over again on Facebook.
Yes, I'll place the rest on
TikTok.
On TikTok.
All right. How do we find your TikTok?
Rabbi Odame Ansa.
RABBI Odame ODAME Ansa ANSA.
Yes, so Rabbi Odame Ansa. Just go there and then let's talk business. You understand? So all that I want to tell you is that money does a lot. And if you have a lot of it, it makes your life comfortable. And there is enough money in the system. Enough. So don't sit down and say there's no money in the system. It's a lie. Make a fair share of yours. And you make your share by solving problems. The bigger the problem you solve, the bigger the money you make. The smaller the problem you solve, the smaller the money you make. Money flows to where there is value. Money hides in value. Hides value for somebody. And the person will be color blind, gender blind, sending blind.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. I always look forward to listening to him because he said one thing and I applied it and it's working for me. So if you want to know, see me in Chambers. But Rabbi, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Money flows where there's value.
Where the money flows to where there is value.
And you have given us value. You continue to give us value on this show. We thank you so much.
God bless. Thank you also for the opportunity.
It's a pleasure. Follow him on TikTok, Rabbi Odame Ansa, RABBI ODAME ANSA for Adabraka. Thorntina 74 mixture helps you to treat a whole host of blood-related diseases. You want to find Thorntina 74 in the pharmacy or herbal shop close to you. For directions of use and to know where to get it, call 024-607-3498. The number again is 024-607-3498 or 050-162-8931. 050-162-8931. Thorntina 74 mixture. Look for it in a pharmacy or herbal shop. Get this conversation on multiple flows of income right there on our Facebook page, GTV Ghana, and follow Rabbi Odame Ansa on TikTok. My name is Kafui Day. One of my people is coming next. I don't know who she is, but I know it's a she, and she's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Take that as a serenade, even though I'm not Adole myself, but new music coming from the camp of Camido. Congratulations to you. We are sitting down to look into politics and what role GBC is playing this year in the lead up to election 2024. Yesterday, the state broadcaster rolled out a comprehensive policy to ensure fair and equal access to media coverage for all political parties and candidates. And to help us get a better understanding of what this policy is and how parties can benefit, we've invited Madame Akushika Akwe, in-house chairperson of the Political Broadcast Committee at GBC. Ms. Akwe, thank you for making time. Thank you. Viewers have missed you. Good to see you on the screen once again. And Mr. Samuel Kote Nikoi is secretary to the GBC Political Broadcast Committee. Mr. Nikoi, thank you for making time as well. Mr. Akwe, what's this all about? We are saying fair access, and GBC's mandate is to make sure that no voice is unheard in an election year. Speak to us about what this means.
Yes, so what we did yesterday was sanctioned by the Constitution. As was said yesterday, the Constitution enjoins the state broadcaster to give anybody who is vying for the highest office of the land, the Jubilee House, we are to give that person access to our studios, our cameras, our reporters. So that's what we formally told all parties, including the independent candidates, that GBC has this to offer. So we have our programs. You can appear on the news, you can appear on some of the programs that we've tailored for this purpose in the run-up to the election. Everybody will be given fair access. Everybody will be heard. As far as Wale, GBC has offices in all the stations. But immediately the Electoral Commission draws a line at some point. Anybody who falls below the gavel will not be given the access that we are giving those who are left to run the race towards December 7.
This means that if the EC comes out to say parties A, B, and C and candidates A, B, and C do not meet the requirements to be in the poll, those people will be withdrawn from the They will be withdrawn, but for now, they are given equal access, as are the bigger parties, the middle-sized parties, the smaller parties, the individuals. Everybody is getting the same amount of time, the same amount of hearing to make their cases to the electorate to make a choice. Right. Mr. Nikwe, when it comes to the regional spread, Mr. Akwe has told us that we have representation in all 16 regions. So this offer that you're making, can the candidates and the parties get this in the regions as well, not just in Accra?
Yes. First, I want to thank management of GBC and also the technical component of GBC who supported the program yesterday. And with your question, I want to say that there's a plan for all the regional stations. As it is now, the constituency MPs, that's the candidate for the parliamentary candidate for the constituencies, they are supposed to be offered 30 minutes free airtime. All the constituencies, 30 minutes free airtime. And that if you want to go for the second time, that one you pay for it. But the first attempt is free. So the regional stations also have their standing political programs that they will run alongside the 30 minutes that we are offering them. Yes. So it's not just coming to the Accra, but when they go to the regions, they have the opportunity also to speak.
Okay.
We have our regional, that's a headquarters program. That one will run it from here. Yes.
But then if they are having a campaign tour, for example, regional tour of any region, they can apply to region, whichever region they are in, yes, to be given the opportunity to speak. That's what you're saying?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Akwe,
but you know, the good thing is that because we are spread around the country, anybody who finds himself, herself in any part of the country can choose the language they are comfortable with, or can choose the language that appeals to the people, can choose a language that would make the people understand and hear them and know what they have to offer come December 7. So if you go to the Western region, there are languages. You go to OT region, there are languages, different languages that you can choose to go on any of GBC's programs to speak about. You come to Accra, we have the languages on offer. You go to the Eastern region. So it's not just English.
I remember Madame Ekwia Donko, who leads the Ghana Freedom Party, made the point yesterday at the engagement for the use of the local languages on the campaign trail.
Exactly, yeah. So that is available. I mean, if, for example, Ekweadonko goes to the Volta region and she has anybody among her team who speaks the language of the region they are campaigning in, whoever it is can choose a language that they are comfortable with and speak.
Right.
Yeah.
You talked about tailored programs. Take us through a few of those and what the concept would be so that the parties and the candidates can prepare.
So what we're saying is that we have TV programs and radio programs. Some of the programs will run simultaneously, like we have some programs already running. So you can have the TV component, radio component, online component, streaming component. Those are some of the tailored programs that you'd have to come and sit with us to agree on, and of course that will attract a fee.
What becomes priority if two candidates or parties request for the facilities at the same time?
Okay, you want to go?
Okay, so of course it cannot be at the same time. First will come before the other, so we'll consider the first option.
Yesterday there was a ballot.
Yes.
Yes, and I think that the determination of who comes first is going to be based on this balloting system.
Yes, that's what. Well, to add to what my colleague is saying, with regards to our resources, it may be possible that one party is organizing a rally, say Manchagona, another one at La. So resources permitting, we may be able to do both at the same time. But we all know that GBC at the moment, we are having issues with our equipment, and we are hoping that some magic will happen for us to be able to add on to what we have. So that may be possible if we have enough resources. But with a ballot, as we have already mentioned, whoever picked number one is going to be the first to appear on our programs. Then it follows like that, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, till the very last number. But that's how it's supposed to go. So nobody is going to be rushing to come in. And they will be, once they now know, we are going to be writing to them formally to alert them on the programs that are available for them to appear on.
And yesterday, not every party was able to make it to the launch and to the meeting that we had, but some people came later. So for those who may have missed this initial one, what steps can they take to join the program?
Okay, so this is the methodology that we are using. Yesterday we had up to 14, so the next candidate will be 15. The next candidate coming or party coming will be 16 in that order. Yes, that's how we are using methodology to.
I'll take final words. Final word from you, Mr. Nikwe, then I'll come to you, Mr. Kwe.
Okay, so as it is now, we have the in-house programs. For the one you just mentioned, if it's about outdoor in terms of the parties organizing their programs, and for us to cover is different from what we have here. What we have here is the radio and TV program that we're going to run. That's, if it is Mine 10, that is the arrangement we have done yesterday in terms of the balloting. So that will follow. But in terms of covering it from outside, that's their own program that they want to organize. We don't really follow this balloting processes to cover it.
Right.
So,
Mr. Kwe?
Yes, so GBC has rolled out the red carpet to all and sundry, all on the campaign trail. In as much as we are organizing programs towards election 2024, the appeal from everybody has been for a peaceful campaigning period. Yesterday we had persons from the disability organization, and their plea was that whenever there's anything bad happening, the first thing they are concerned about is how can I run? Because if you are on your 2 feet, you run. But for them, they are appealing for everything to be peaceful, because as yesterday it was said, Mr. Ayebwafo said, it's one Ghana. Why would you want to kill somebody to occupy the highest office of the land? So we are appealing to everybody, all the parties. GBC is here for you, as you've always known. We will make our equipment available, our space available as and when the time comes. But please, let's love Ghana more than we love the fighting and the insults and the anger. It doesn't work for any of us.
And that's why GBC's key tagline for election 2024 is Ghana wins. And that's the hashtag that we'll be using throughout our campaign season. Madam Akushika Kwe, in-house chairperson, Political Broadcast Committee. Samuel Kote-Neko is secretary to the GBC Political Broadcast Committee. Thank you for making the time to sit with me this morning. Next on the show, we are bringing you some lovely vibes from the lovely, legendary Ohima Mercy after the break.
We have a legend in studio, like we've been announcing all morning. Ohima Mercy is in studio, looking splendid and chic as ever. Greetings, Ohima Mercy. Welcome.
Hello to all our viewers that are watching us right now, and I believe that this morning you're going to be a blessing.
It is indeed a blessing. Dry bones will rise again.
Of course.
Latest from her camp. But we're not going to talk about that. Also, the amazing thing is Ohima Mercy turns 20 years next year when it comes to hair as a gospel musician. Wow. And you've remained relevant since 20 years.
To God be the glory.
And Kofi, they got off their rails way
To God be
back.
the glory. There's been a lot, but I thank God I'm still standing. And it's basically making impacts in the lives of people. That's the most important.
20. Yes. Okay, so let's take you back into time. When you started, was the musical terrain as it is now? What has been the most significant?
For me, there's been a lot. There's been a lot in terms of the social media, in terms of the understanding of music. It's actually widen up. So for me, there's been a lot of changes.
Yeah? Which one stands out for you most?
The one that stands out for me most, and it was very, very important, I think it came out very well during the COVID season, where you have the chance to minister to millions of people on social media. For me, it has actually made me have real contact with my royals, all my fans.
Please, I'm your fan, so please, I'm a royal too.
So that's something that really, really stands out for me.
Okay. And then for you, 19 and a half years, almost 20, how have you seen your own personal growth as an artist?
Lot. I've matured in terms of the understanding of my calling, understanding of how the industry works. I've matured on human relationship and a lot. I've learned a lot.
Okay. And then also music itself. When you started, I'm safe to say that's when we had the old school type of gospel music.
Yes.
And now we are headed into contemporary gospel music and urban gospel.
I think I'm one of the people that actually came up fully, like changing the face of the old school into the contemporary, where I went to Nasi, and then that was where we used some of the hip life tunes to come up with the mixing with the gospel music. It wasn't that easy for people to understand, but now it's actually everywhere. So bringing up something new is not that easy, but as time goes on, it's actually been adopted. The fact that you have to do a program, a big-time program, looking for an auditorium to do a program and to let people know, understand your vision, for them to come and then worship and all that. It wasn't that easy to do, but some of us stood up, especially myself and my team, Mohima Mercy Ministry, stood up, and now you can see it's happening. Lots. So there were a whole lot of things that we actually came up with.
So do you remember the song you went to Nasi with?
Yes.
What song was that?
I actually had only, it was written down.
Okay. We needed to hear you sing. Yes, because I asked her before we came on air, she was going to say, oh, and there we have it, Mohima Mercy.
And then I think there's a mystery about Mademeho. One of the songs for on my first album. It was like I was in a car, like walking to my hotel, waiting for the next day to finish with the work that I was doing at the studio. And the gentleman that came around me to ask for money. And then I had a revelation about the Lord taking me out of a family full of battles and all that. So whilst I was pondering over it, the Lord gave me a message that if you open something, you would have ended up like this. But through the grace of God, I, the Lord, I have redeemed it. So when I went to the studio, I told Nasi, this is the message that is ringing in me. And then there's one thing that I will always appreciate Nasi for. The fact that he found something in me. And then when I went to him for the first time, he actually helped me to write songs, how to form songs, how to put words, form it very well, and then put it together. I actually appreciate Nasi for that.
3 TV shouts for Nasi.
Yeah.
How about collaborations? When you're picking people to feature on your songs, what do you look out for?
I look out for people that really are in me. Like we vibe.
Okay.
Apart from that, I pray about it, and then God directs me. I think I've done one with Emoji on Otimimu. And then I've also done one with Lady Prempe on her song. And I'm hoping to do more.
Okay. Yes. You, like you said, the person has to have a vibe. Yes. So what vibe did, for instance, Lady Prempe, what sort of vibe must click?
Lady Prempe is born on Tuesday. I was also born on Tuesday. So we're very, very close.
Okay. Yes. And so that's just the thing.
And then we are like a family. Okay. So we talk about that collaboration. I think we spoke about it for 2 years. Okay. And apart from that, my spirit needs to click with you. Okay. In terms of your understanding of my calling. And it's not just a song that I want to feature. My spirit is not with that. Okay. So basically it has to fall into my calling before.
Okay. We want to get to know you a bit better. We'll delve into family a little. Okay. I like to ask women when I speak with them, especially women who are in the limelight and are doing amazing. How do you cope with family and the ministry?
I am so blessed with powerful eagles. I call them my prophets. Okay. That understand the calling on my life. And I think God actually blessed me with these guys that and the only thing that I have to do is that wherever I go, when I come back, I'll just sit down with them, share everything with them, and then they also share with me what they feel they want to talk to me about. So I'm very, very close with my guys. Okay. I am very, very close, especially the firstborn and then all of them. I'm very, very close. So we talk a lot about everything. Yes. Okay. So how did it feel, if you talk a lot about everything, how did it feel having a superstar for a mom? They feel very, very happy. Okay. And what they always tell me, Mommy, we are proud of you. Most especially when they see me on TV and there's something that they are congratulating me on. They feel very, very proud.
Okay. So do you sometimes nurse the fear of exposing your family to social media, bearing in mind the negative side of social media?
Of course.
And when that happens, how do you
I'm a role model. My children look up to me. So there are certain things that sometimes it comes. Okay. But I know that with God, we stand on it.
That's it.
Yes.
Yeah. And then how, as a role model, I'm sure lots of young women, even men as well, would look up to you. On your bio on IG, it says humanitarian. Yes. What projects do you work on?
I do a lot of prisons, like I go to prisons outreach to do a lot for them. Most especially, I've adopted the Buster home. Okay. So I've done boreholes for them. We are doing a lot for them. I think to 2012 I visited the Insawam prison too, and we went to share a lot of foods, and then we shared the word of God with them. And what touched me is we winning about 120 souls for the Lord. And so I think mostly Ohima Mercy Ministries are doing a lot, but we don't want it to be known too much. Okay. But what we want to expose, we are actually putting it out there.
Okay. And how about testimonies? What are some of the testimonies that people have come to you with that your song has stand for them?
A lot. I think
the one that stands out the most.
That somebody was listening to Minwuda and was revived from the dead at the hospital. Somebody was listening to Ufrimu that is going through, that is battling with masturbation for 13 years and was delivered. Somebody was listening to Obeyekese that needed to be promoted for a long time, and it took about 5 years or 6 years for them to promote him. He was listening, and then he was prophesying on himself, and then the next month he was promoted. I can go on and on and on. There are a lot. I think when we open the phone lines, people can actually share it. Mostly when you are talking about it, it doesn't go well.
Oh, it is. I have good people, it is.
And recently, the Dry Bones is also doing a lot of miracles. When we talk about Otimimu is another powerful song that people are sharing a lot of testimonies. When it comes to the messages God gives to me, it comes and it manifests. And for whatever revelation God gives to me, God sees that the impact is there. So I think the people need to share with us.
Yes, their experiences.
And with the 20 years journey, I have a lot of testimonies. Lot of testimonies.
Listen, people. Dry Bones will definitely rise again. We are taking a break and zero in on the video Dry Bones by Ohima Mercy.
Every dead bone, come alive. In the name of Jesus, you come alive. In the name of Jesus, you will live again. Mijina edimu shenkom dompewe huakoka muntie urade. Oh, dry bones, come alive.
Can love the video. Where was it recorded? How was it recorded? Look live.
I think we released this song on Sahila Experience 2 years ago.
Okay.
Last year, somewhere August.
Okay.
So we were actually working on the sound at the studio, and then we were also working on the video as well.
Okay.
But the calls and the messages that people were bringing, Mommy, no, we can't just let this song be in the room just like that. So I actually wanted to release this song somewhere April.
Okay.
Then the Lord said, hold on, release the song on the 6th month in the year, getting to the 7th month. I, the Lord, will see to this message and make people's life, like connect people's
to the songs and
life
lyrics.
to this song. And for me, I think being obedient to what the Lord said, it's worth it. Because I remember when we released the song, the next 3 days, a gentleman was going to court. When you go on YouTube right now, the testimonies are there. A gentleman was going to court, and then he has to be locked. He has to go to jail. But he had no hope. So he just listened to the song, and it fell on his heart that while he's going to court, he has to pray with it.
Yeah.
And then with faith, something happened. He said when he went to the court, the judge said, I don't see any need of me continuing with this case. I have dismissed the case. Now listen, what God cannot do does not exist. Your faith need to move mountains. Or see, if you have a faith like the
sycamore seed.
Thank you. I, the Lord, will just stand on it to move mountains. I am taking this opportunity I don't know what you are going through. I don't know what you are battling. I don't know what the enemy has caged you with. Now, when Ezekiel was taken to the valley full of dry bones, it was just impossible that a bone that had been there for so many years will come alive. But the Bible says the power of the Holy Ghost fell on Ezekiel, and then the Lord said to Ezekiel, I have given you the power. Prophesy. Now it is time for you to prophesy things that you have never spoken on your life. We have spoken lots of negative things upon our life, and it's been like a garment on our life. But it is time for you to arise. Or said in the Bible in Isaiah 60, arise, shine, for thy light has come. In the month of July, there is something that you need to activate for heaven to approve. He said, knock, and I, the Lord, I will open. Seek, and you will find. Now, it is you. We have put our whole trust in man, and then the devil has stood on it and make us slaves. But we are kings and queens in the kingdom of God. We carry authority. We carry the power. So this song is a song of revival. This song is a song that is going to revive your prayer life. Every bit of it, giving you assurance that it is not over yet. But it is time for you to arise. There is something about you that you need to activate through prayer. And I, the Lord, I will hold on to it and move with you.
People, Evangelist Ohima Mercy for a reason. Goose Pimples, the whole studio is quiet. We loved having you. Wait, we have to see you. The Tahila experience is happening somewhere in September, right?
Yes, on the 8th of September. Get ready. We're just giving you the proud notice that on the 8th of September, something big. I know most of the people that are watching us have their own experience when it comes to Tahila experience, because when you ask me what are some of the testimonies, we can get lots of people that want to share with us what they experienced. Because I remember there was a lady that had faith, brought blocks that he works with at the block
cement blocks.
Yes. Okay. So he came with one of his, sat on it. Jehovah, at the end of this program, I need a miracle in the house. My father's factory need to move on. We need money to pay bills and all that. Then, after a week, this lady shared with us on Facebook what the Lord did. That somebody was also looking for the same blocks that they have in their factory. And then even the man paid double of the amount. So there are a lot of miracles that this altar represents. It's not just coming to listen to songs. So Tahila experience is for the people. And Tahila experience is an altar that the Lord has designed to liberate his people, give assurance. Like the numerous testimonies is God giving people the fruit of the womb. I can go on and on and on.
Okay.
But the most important thing is the preparation towards Tahila experience. Okay. We prepare for 30 days fasting and prayer, and then we are urging everyone, just subscribe to Ohima Mercy's page on Facebook. You join us from the 1st of August to the end of August. Just understand what you are going to do, and that's it.
That's it. So how you can be part of the Tahila experience, getting prepared for that from July 1, go on Ohima Mercy's page, and then you can follow the fray leading up to the Tahila experience happening on the 8th of September this year. Ohima Mercy, can you promise us that you come back in here? Maybe to do some sort of before the Tahila. Thank you.
Tahila promo.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we have something with virtual sound, so we would love it if you were here.
Oh yeah.
People, Dry Bones by Ohima Mercy is out. Go on her page, share. Thank you for doing this with us. Thank you for staying with us. We'll see you tomorrow, right and early, 555. Ohima Mercy for a reason.